President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to America's Third Party and Waste Reduction Wednesday. Good evening. I'm David Sponheim. And today is like any other day, a day where we integrate your ideas with ours. I give you commentary. I give you links. We do a lot of link sharing. Yeah, we've got a YouTube link now. You can catch us if you want on your iPhone, because some of you are having problems. We were gang stalked over on Periscope. And I've applied for a Periscope to reevaluate. 4chan sent out a message saying they wanted to stop me. We've been gang stalked on YouTube as well in the past. So we're fighting through a thicket of censorship to bring you a daily show. And I hope you realize that nothing can stop what we're doing. I've been after the mind and the hopes and dreams of the American people, but I've been censored big time in my own country. A country that claims to be free and democratic is far from it. We've got people in our country that just don't get it. And the more I tell people we're being censored, they go, yeah, right, Dave, that's just a big scam. No, they really are. It's been going on for a long time, and they've been making lots of money doing it. But hey, you can believe what you want. We've got lots of things happening over in China. The bad news is that the virus is still, spreading rapidly. And I'm not sure if Xi Jinping made the right move by evacuating people from Wuhan so fast or so late. But the number is now at 60,179 confirmed symptomatic infected people. And the number of dead is 1,365 that we know of. Now, that may be a false statistic because China doesn't like things to get out of their country. They don't want to tell people how bad things are. So what I'm recommending people do is reevaluate your activities. Prepare for the worst. When you go out, don't go out a lot. Group your events into one day. So you go to one market and do all your shopping at that one market. That would prevent you from being exposed. It's up to you if you want to wear a mask. But in China, they're telling people they have to. We're going to ask you not to use the N-word here. I think you know that. Yeah. I don't think buying from China is really something happening. I would never serve a person as a vice president unless it was Amy Klobuchar, because she's a very, very aggressive woman. Right. Yeah, I don't like that aggressiveness. I would be nicer than she is. I wouldn't put on a tremendous amount of bravado like she puts on to make her seem... She seems like a tough prosecutor, okay? And that record will come back to haunt her. But yeah, I would consider a co-run with her. I want a woman as president. I do. I'll let you know, but I'm not looking for gimmick presidents this cycle around. We've got a country that's pivoting on the edge of disaster. We don't need a gimmick president. We need a third-party president, but no gimmick president. I know. She's very aggressive, Amy is. And she fired everybody on her staff, you know. When she first started out, she's very aggressive. I think it's a bad quality in her, but hey, she can say that to everybody she wants. David says bad things about me. I'm just telling you what I think, my assessment. We don't need a woman compensating for being a woman by being overly aggressive. We're looking to a woman as a president to find peace and diplomacy. I mean, I would see Sarah as a better choice for president. Myself, I would consider Sarah a better person because she's not so aggressive. We don't need somebody overcompensating for the fact that they're a woman to show us how tough they can be. That's why we want a woman as a president, so they're not overly aggressive. They're more interested in diplomacy. I agree, no current Democrat except for Joe Biden can beat Donald Trump. When you compare Donald Trump's perversions to Joe Biden's alleged perversions, you come up with an equal number. When you compare their greed and their avarice, Biden never was very greedy many, many years ago, but now he seems like he's involved with a bunch of things with Ukraine and his son and all that, Hunter Biden. It looks like greed, just like we have with Trump. No different. But Biden is the only guy loose-lipped enough to actually pull it off. Most of the problems that you'll encounter with a guy like Donald Trump is he basically spits at you. He doesn't talk to you, he spits at you. And I don't mean spitting as in saliva. I mean he just spits the words out at you and repeats them over and over again. Now, I don't think his look-alike could possibly compare to Donald Trump in his ability to speak. Last week, they discovered this picture of this woman right over here. Yeah, let me move Wuhan for a second. Excuse me. Thank you. This is a woman right here who's profiled over here. She's a Spanish potato farmer who was contracted, I believe, by our government. This is just my theory. She also appeared in Texas at this time about a year and a half ago, or 2 years ago. But this is the real Donald with a red hat on. But you can see the woman looks just like him. And I don't think she can speak like him. So I think he may come up a little short when asked to do a speaking event. But if he has to be in two places at once, it's totally possible. Yeah. She's a big woman. I wouldn't take her on an arm wrestling competition. David, I've never understood why people use the N-word to each other. It's a point of pride for black people. They actually consider it a point of pride because they've been through so much in their life being subjugated that a lot of them have this thing where they just want to use their free speech. And I'm just asking you not to use the N-word in the show because it's a very inflammatory word. All right? Thanks. Well, if you say so, I will mute you if you do. Okay? Thank you. All right. When Biden loses my... okay, let's talk about something that just came in the show, which is strange. Now, I've talked about the possibilities that the coronavirus is mimicking the death from the 5G network. Well, it turns out, ironically, China is facing setbacks in their 5G ambitions as the coronavirus leads to delays in base station installations. What are they hiding? I tend to believe that the 5G network can cause flu-like symptoms. I tend to believe that I've seen birds fall out of the sky in the Netherlands when they lit up a 5G mast at The Hague. The birds literally dropped in the sky, and the local government came up with some BS story about eating poisonous fruit nearby. But they literally all dropped when the 5G network lit up. So what are these people doing in the cities of China? Because we're not getting a lot of live feeds from China right now. Live feed pretty much stopped, which concerns us. But what if the 5G network, which was first integrated into China as a test in Wuhan in November, and then in December we started seeing people die, what if the 5G network is causing their deaths and China doesn't want to deal with it? Or what if this is just a ruse for using the 5G network and killing people, claiming it's a spread of a virus? We have to be diligent and be aware of what's going on here. Now remember, our government in America has not even ordered a testing of the 5G network to see how safe it is for human use. Trump supports it wholeheartedly without even a testing phase, which shows the gross corruption of our EPA and FDA. So I will do everything I can to mitigate that, and when we do see a 5G network, it will be much safer. It'll be a completely different 5G network. I call it the 5G plus network. When we get done with the 5G network, when it's fully operational, it'll have all kinds of limiters on it to make it safe. Okay? That's my promise to you. Now, Trump won't do a damn thing. He doesn't even consider 5G a problem, but yet it shows significant possible damage from radio frequencies. So is the coronavirus mimicking the death or the deaths of these people being blamed on the coronavirus? Not one person that we saw die on the streets of Wuhan had Kleenex next to them. Well, the death of this coronavirus is preceded by pneumonia. You have a lot of Kleenex around you when you're dying of pneumonia. I know. I had 2 different bouts with pneumonia and nearly died. If it wasn't for penicillin, I wouldn't be here talking to you right now. For real. No, you see, you don't learn your lesson, do you, Rodney? Yeah, you just come in here and denigrate the show, and you wonder why you get banned all the time. You got a trailer for the new Apocalypse movie? That's hilarious. We'll get to that later when your perversion stops. Okay, whipping people with a wet noodle, and I'm trying to start a show here, Big Hug. Can you do a little bit better than that? I'll play that later when I have nothing to watch, okay? But the real truth about this coronavirus is that the antiviral medication that they did here in Washington worked. The guy who was infected in Everett, he's doing okay. I'm only banning people that continually attack our show. The terms of service here is that don't attack me or the show. If you stick on the issues, you won't get banned, okay? Well, we know the FBI or the CIA has been involved in some pretty nasty things over the years. Yeah. They've used Swiss encryption that they handed out. This is an RT feed, which could be Russian propaganda. But Intel coup of the century, CIA used Swiss encryption firm to spy on dozens of nations for decades. Okay, that's what the CIA does. And I explained to everybody in the show that the only person we've got that will actually stop the CIA from doing this is an old woman by the name of Dianne Feinstein. And I told people in the pre-show this, I'll repeat it to you. You're not going to believe this, but she had a limousine driver drive her around for 20 years listening to everything she said. And he was working for China. But she never ever prosecuted the guy. She gave him a severance package and let him go, and he could go anywhere he wanted after that. No laws. She said no laws were broken, yet he sat there and transferred personal and national security information to China for 20 years. This is the woman we've got watching the CIA for excess of abuse. She's incompetent. And worse than that, she's worth $94 million. Yeah, her net worth is $94 million. You can't tell me she got that from her senator's salary. Come on. Who's kidding who? You Dianne Feinstein supporters, you got to realize she's completely useless. So if we want to be concerned about the CIA's excess, and you relied on Dianne Feinstein to do something about it, you made a big mistake. And let's not forget that for the past 10 years, China has killed 18 of our top CIA agents placed in Beijing and throughout China. And they didn't just kill them, they tortured them. So should we have really good relations with China like Trump is bragging about? I don't think at this point, it doesn't matter. Trump never negotiated a lower tariff on any of the tariffs he imposed, albeit he put bigger tariffs than I would have put on China. He never released those tariffs. China never released their tariffs. We're still at a stalemate with China. But really, is that a bad thing? You know, if they want to kill 18 of our spies that way and we let one big spy go, I mean, you got to wonder. As you know, Trump has been accused of selling U.S. troops to Saudi Arabia. This story we played a couple days ago. I'll play it again for you later, but it's really disturbing. Nobody can trace the $1 billion that Donald Trump says Saudi Arabia has received. Or rather, Saudi Arabia gave us $1 billion for our troops. Can you believe that? Yeah. We don't know where the money went. I think Trump may have taken the $1 billion that Saudi Arabia gave them. Yeah, so Trump is claiming we make a lot of money from selling our troops. Bizarre. I've got the whole YouTube video.
On Friday, Fox News aired a very weird, I guess you would call it, interview between Donald Trump and Fox News host Laura Ingraham, where Trump appeared to have admitted that he is actually selling U.S. troops to other countries. Here it is.
We're sending more to Saudi Arabia, and Saudi Arabia is paying us for it. You know, we're doing something that nobody's ever done. I said to Saudi Arabia, we have a very good relationship with Saudi Arabia. I said, listen, you're a very rich country. You want more troops? I'm going to send them to you, but you've got to pay us. They're paying us. They've already deposited $1 billion in the bank.
What bank? Your bank? Seriously, none of the Treasury reports show this. And when did we start selling our troops? When did our troops become mercenaries? I don't know where Donald Trump is coming from, but of course, not even Donald Trump knows where he's coming from. I understand that, but where's the money? We got a terrible crisis of locusts. Remember the biblical revelations talked about plagues and locusts? Well, we got coronavirus and locusts spreading massively across the Ethiopian land. They can't stop these things. Normally they set fires and attracts them, but these things are blowing out everywhere. The swarms are mesmerizing, and that's right, it take hours to pass over you. Swarms of locusts throughout Ethiopia. Yeah, so we are encountering pestilence and disease and all the things prophesied in Revelations, but I'm not here to give you a primer on how bad things are. This guy is. Prophecies about Trump. Brethren, let's listen in.
I know to tell us what will happen in 2020. It will shock most of you.
Sid Ross, it's a supernatural. They'll be talking about how Trump is the Antichrist and all that and blah, blah, blah. Hey, we'll go ahead and play that for you later tonight, okay? Thank you. I don't mind giving you that prophecy injection in video form at night, but I'm not religious and I'm not here to talk about that. These locusts are pretty big. They're big grasshoppers and they're coming out of the woodwork, and there's no way of stopping them unless we hit it with pesticides. Yeah, the dreaded pesticides. Yeah. Here's a warning on a 5G mast. Notice. Now this is something you can look at. Let's see if we can read it. It's hard to read when it's this small. Radio frequencies beyond this may exceed FEC standards for the general public. You think? Okay. What are the FCC standards? They seem to be over the top. I mean, why would they allow this? Why would they allow the 5G network to be implemented and then all of a sudden people are dropping like flies without snot rags? Yeah. Yesterday we had a encounter. We watched the translation of a person calling in to a morgue in China dealing with the coronavirus. And the person at the morgue was frantic, saying, I don't have enough people. I've got 5 times more cremations to do than normal. Seriously. And the official was saying, well, you must trust me, and I don't trust you. You come out and see for yourself, kind of thing. And in the end, the person that was doing the cremating said that he had 114 dead people that day in that one crematorium. That he had, it takes a long time to cremate bodies, like 4 hours. So it's like you can't cremate a lot of people in a crematorium. Put a few bodies in at once and it takes 4 hours. But the bottom line is he said that 114 of them were in there. Only 8 of them posed pneumonia, had symptoms of pneumonia when they died. Huh. So 114 of them died and only 8 of them had symptoms of pneumonia. That means that maybe pneumonia is not killing people. It could be the 5G network. That would explain why some of the bodies are showing blood in their eyes. Now, normally when people die of pneumonia, they don't show blood in their eyes. It's a respiratory thing. Unless there's hematoma of some sort due to struggle, you generally don't see blood in their eyes. In the case of Chris Cornell, where he struggled for 9 minutes to survive, and when he was killed. Now they call Chris Cornell, the leader of Soundgarden, they called that a suicide. It has all the indications of a homicide being covered up. 9 minutes, he developed a hematoma from strangulation in his eye. Yeah. 9 ribs were broken too. That's totally not something that they can explain. Well, there are mass graves that 4chan is tracking mass graves. Actually, 4chan has been actually looking at the amount of smoke coming out of the crematoriums, and they've noticed it's 5 times normal than what it was a few months ago. This is all we know about China, is what we can see from satellite. Now, that's just a hearsay item from a 4chan group that talked about smoke coming out of crematoriums. But they can have open burials in which people are burned out in front of and if this is a real coronavirus spreading, it could easily spread through their feces, through the burning of their bodies. That's why crematoriums have special filters on their smokestacks to prevent this from spreading. All right, so let's suffice to say that China is doing the best they can under the circumstances. All right, and let's hope it stays in China. So far, India looks okay, Africa looks okay. Australia seems to have things under control, so let's not freak out, okay? But if this is the 5G network finally being tested in China and it kills people, yeah, time to rethink and make this a lot safer. What would cause this? Any number of factors. The concentric circles that are spinning the globe. Now maximize this by an infinite number. The amount of transmissions going on. Think of this as an infinite number. You're going to see all kinds of intersections which can create hotspots. That's my theory. That the 5G has not been properly tested, and very likely somebody could walk into a radiation hotspot and have their brain fried. That would be why their eyes are coming out with blood in them. I know 4chan is known for campaigns against me. I don't care. I'm not quoting 4chan for a good reason. I'm just saying that's all the information we have. I'm right now processing a violation with Periscope that 4chan put together. They gang stalked me over there. And I just sent in a complaint to Periscope to get my show back up and running. Yes, Chris Cornell and Chester Bennington from Lincoln Park were in the process of exposing a pedophile ring during their concerts before they died. Chester Bennington claimed he was molested by his father when he was a kid. His real natural father. Well, if you look at the background of Chester Bennington and realize that his father, his alleged real father, now we're getting a call, that means that I'm hitting some pretty sensitive subjects right now. It always comes in whenever we get that. Yeah. Whenever we talk about sensitive subjects, the calls start coming in. It's weird. They know they don't want me to talk about this, but I'm going to talk about it anyway. I have no fear. I live in a state of no fear at all. I know that my life will be dedicated to this country, and it's totally dedicated to this country. If something were to happen to me, I'm ready to go. Yep. We'll talk about other things in just a second, but let's take a look at the Podesta file for a second. John Podesta. Now, they claim that he was the illegitimate father of Chester Bennington. As you can see, they look practically alike. Almost identical. I don't know if he really is his real father, but that's what the story goes. John Podesta was at the center of the Pizzagate storm a few years ago, before it became illegal to use the word Pizzagate in a country dedicated to free speech. All right, let's take a look at this. Okay, good to know. Thank you. Let me play a little of this live leak for you.
How many people have died since the coronavirus outbreak in China began, really? And what's the true situation in Wuhan City, the epicenter of the outbreak? This investigative report by NTD aims to find out.
It's a tale of two cities. Wuhan, the biggest city in central China, is bearing the heaviest weight amid the novel coronavirus outbreak. According to the World Health Organization and China state media, this is the place where massive disease control measures are being taken. But anecdotal evidence and online videos from Wuhan tell a different story. Among the mysteries revolving around the outbreak, two questions are critical. How many lives has the virus claimed? And how many of those lives are only known to local officials and hidden from the rest of the world? On February 4th, NTD's undercover investigator talked with executives from some of Wuhan's biggest funeral homes.
Okay, this was the site that I showed you. I'm going to give you guys a link to that feed. It talks about how the bodies... Hi, Sarah's here. It talks about how the bodies in this video, you can see it toward the end of it, they talk about having 114 bodies in one day to cremate. Only 8 of them had pneumonia, which begs the question, are these people dying of pneumonia, virus related, or is this possibly a 5G network issue? Yeah, that's still my concern, and I'm still talking about that. Yes, can I help you? Go ahead. Oh, what is it? Threats every day. Yeah. It's amazing. I get death threats every day when we get calls. We have an open line. You can call us at 707-YOUR-ATP, YOUR-ATP, and people abuse it by threatening my life every day.
I've heard it's COVID-19 is what they're calling the virus now.
You know, at this point, I'm not so sure the virus is killing people.
I know.
I'm thinking it could be 5G related. But anyway, we are up and running. People can get to our YouTube channel. I just want to give you a heads up. They can get to our YouTube channel on iPhones. I tweeted that. I gave the link. I also... Now, that'll be blocked. Yeah. I also had this ability... earlier of writing Periscope and showing how people are trying to extort me over there. Okay. So I wrote them and asked them to check it out. I haven't played that yet. I'm not ready to play it yet. Okay. That's something I'll look at as soon as I get back. The news is pretty intense right now. Max, I got your link as well, and I'll play that as well when I get back. Okay, Sarah's going to take over for just a bit, and I'll be back shortly. Thank you. Rodney, we don't take calls from you anymore. I thought you knew that. Yeah, you ruined it for us. I mean, for yourself. Yeah, not me.
Okay. No, I don't want to answer the phone. I like meditating where just because the phone rings doesn't mean you need to answer it. I'm feeling okay. Yeah, just okay, Hank. Not super duper excited, but okay. No, he doesn't long. My day was a little weird. So I had the kids next couple of days are parent conferences, so I was like, oh kids, can you take this up to the compost bin? And they ended up dropping the food scraps out of the compost bin. Fortunately, it was on like a sidewalk, but still I had to like get the shovel and put him back in the bin. It was not fun. Thank you. Are you Xenu? ZNU, I guess you're Xenu. You really do appreciate me. Thank you. People gave you 2 color laser printers today. Free color laser printer. Ink. $200. I did. I had one student that was out with must have been the flu a couple days ago. And then they came back to school late yesterday. And then they weren't feeling good at the end of the day. I was like, whoa, do you have a fever? I don't know. But anyway, that same student was not at school today. So I think that they definitely have some kind of thing happening. And yeah, just spray down the tables with our spray and that's good. Ink $450, transfer belt $220. But thanks for the parts. I do not think corporal punishment works. I think it's unnecessary, it's traumatic, it doesn't solve any problems. I really don't. Okay, Canadian, yes, you keep telling me you can speak simplified Chinese. Life is traumatic, but there's no reason to make it more traumatic with corporal punishment. Yeah, David's really good about that. Bree says, God bless the babies. Yeah, exactly. Oh, gross, Hank. Thanks for sharing. No, I wouldn't do that, Tiddly Dee. I think that's either going on federally or definitely Washington State is on that bandwagon too, double, about banning suspensions due to misbehavior. Yeah, I'll have a big piece of pizza tonight. Well, they had this thing called the school to prison pipeline. It's pretty scary. I remember when I was going to school to be a teacher, and I was like, that's ridiculous. They said they base the number of future prisons they need based on the behavior of third graders, which is just so sad and scary. I don't know, maxed out credit. I guess probably I would take a public bus in the winter without a mask or gloves. I've done it in the past. You got out on Monday, okay. Well, I'm glad you friended him. Tomorrow you have another round of snow. You got 65 centimeters this week. Wow. Who does that, Xenu? That is very bad. Naughty. You should not destroy other people's clay art. Ridiculous. Why would you do that? The river's not frozen, but you got all that snow? Wow. Oh, yeah. Do you carry like Lysol leather wipes with you or some kind of wipes with you, Tiddly Dee? Driving a cab, all the people like, I'm going to go out when I'm sick. I'll call a cab. Maybe. Seriously, no way, ever, Shaky Dave, never. Yes. Yeah, those Lysol wipes, pretty strong stuff. I don't think so. He is a lot younger. I don't know. How old is he? Is he now? Oh. Imagine how long a virus stays on money. Yeah, they do say money is usually really dirty. Yeah, homeless Hank, you already said that. Why are you repeating yourself? It's made out of linen, not old pairs of jeans. Money is made out of linen. I mean, denim is also made out of cotton, but... Ah. This is really interesting. The education section of the Trump administration's budget proposal for fiscal year 2020 has attracted both support and disdain throughout the political spectrum. From the center, which student loan programs would vanish if Trump's proposed budget goes through? From the left, Trump administration's budget would eliminate federal funding for charter schools. My school. I don't know. I don't want to talk about that either. Well, he can't, Tiddly Dee, because she's not old enough. The vice president has to have the same qualifications as the president. Hello, Darthna D. I'm not friends with Tom Cruise. This is not about Scientology at all. No, I'm not, John Engaged. And from the right, Trump's budget proposal reigns in unconstitutional, bloated Department of Education. The budget would cut $6.1 billion in education spending overall, consolidate $19.4 billion worth of K-12 programs into simple block grants to states. Yeah, pretty much, Big Hug. No. The funding would be rolled into a $19.4 billion block grant along with 28 other elementary and secondary education programs. Instead of allowing states to tap into a $19 billion pool of money to spend on a K-12 education as they see fit. Huh. Oh, bad idea, Big Hug. I do think that we should change the way our high schools work. But I think that, well, I think when the lower you go, like K through 8, you really need a teacher. Hi, Slickbone. That was kind of funny, Big Hug. Whatever you say. Well, Andrew Yang has ended his presidential bid. Yeah. All right. Okay. Maybe tiddly dee, but I don't think so. There's 20 best board games for toddlers. One of the best games for toddlers would be a game called Tiny Polka Dot. Goliath Dragon Snacks game. Can you steal his snacks? Oh, that's cute. Five Little Fish, I have heard about that. Cute. Well, I don't have a toddler, but good to know. Gotta feed your face 4 a.m. comes early. True. The breeze. Can toddlers play board games? With the help of their parents, yeah, they could. Oh, okay, here's my foot. So the administration wants to have a tax credit scholarship program that allows public funding to flow to private schools. Yeah, I don't think the answer is funding another program, John Engaged. Good. 7 out of 10 farm families break up and stop farming when the kids leave home. Wow. Yes, I do, Tiddly Dee. Especially if there is a majority of Democrats in the Senate and the House, they would, and if Trump won, they would definitely try to impeach him. I agree, but I'm not sure at what particular age you want that to start at, Big Hug. Yes, I can see your chat, Salty. You think Trump will pardon Roger Stone? Maybe. No. No, Hank, he does not make that. All right. Interesting. Yeah, I'm very happy. That's when I graduated from with my master's degree. Super happy. Trump praises Bill Barr for taking charge of the Roger Stone case. Okay. Five indoor garden kits for any space. Interesting. Spring is coming. That is true. We planted starts in my classroom, or I just planted seeds in my classroom. Hopefully they'll be starts, but they are sweet peas, bell pepper, I think, some Brussels sprouts, lettuce, and what else did I plant? Radishes? No. There's something else. Peas, Brussels sprouts, lettuce. Oh, carrots. Those are all. You're doing your herb garden tomorrow. You're looking into aquaponics. David bought me these tulips for my birthday that are hydroponic tulips. Thanks, Hank. The mesquite trees are blooming where you live. Wow. David is eating a piece of pizza and something else. New York City thinks it has power to tell businesses what they can't sell. And Pakistan court convicted a Mumbai mastermind in a terrorism case. It's okay, Wong Guang. Yeah, some of them like it.
right there. Almost got your dinner ready.
Any thoughts on Daisy? Yeah, there hasn't been any advancement on my trying to destroy my daisy bed. No. I gotta have like 1 or 2 daisy plants out of like 150 or 200. Struggling Warren, Elizabeth Warren pulls back from South Carolina and puts all her chips in Nevada. And Devil Patrick, the last black candidate in the 2020 race, dropped out. I haven't built one. I have some raised gardens. I mean, Dave and I have built gardens before, but I wouldn't say that I've totally built a raised garden, no. But I have a raised garden that I work on. Acting Border Patrol Chief says apprehensions at the southern border have decreased for 8 straight months. Tom Steyer vows a $22 minimum wage if elected. He also wants reparations. Yeah, you're right about raised gardens are really good. I am thinking about covering those daisies with one of my raised beds is full of daisies, and I'm thinking about putting cardboard on top to kill the daisies. I still haven't done that. Maybe this weekend I'll start doing that, something like that. I don't think you are. See now?
Okay, I have a lovely dinner for you. All set up on the stove.
Thank you.
Just watch out for the bottom of the plate because it's got some grease on it. It's sitting. It's a stacked.
Okay.
It's a stacked dinner. I've got the pizza on top. Barbara Boxer leaves the Nevada convention flipping the bird at Bernie supporters. Barbara Boxer doesn't like Bernie supporters. So Bernie's still got the populist swing, but about half as much as he had under Hillary. Thank you, Sarah. Enjoy dinner. And enjoy your long vacation break. If you don't want to come back, it's okay. Feel free. I don't mind. Sarah's been doing this long enough to enjoy all kinds of free time if she wants it. Yeah, she's very kind to give me these breaks, but I make dinner for her, so kind of a trade-off. But she helps in so many ways, I can't tell you. It would be a good idea for Trump to go homeless for a week with no support from anyone. Just let him run the country from a homeless... Well, he has his cell phone. He talks to Vladimir Putin on. He could take that to the dump with him. She is a trooper. Here's 21 gourmet dumpster meals for all of you people who are living on the edge of life. And I have to remind everybody, I've got a great cooking show on YouTube. You can watch my many different recipes I put together over the years. Over 100 recipes dedicated to saving you money and providing really good quality food. I go for organic and non-GMO food whenever possible. Thanks, McDundy. Yeah, so that's what I do. Saving people money. I make like 10 meals for $5 or 3 meals for $2. Amazing stuff. Here's my YouTube link if you want to catch it. Looking into aquaponics. I thought, yeah, you could build a beautiful pond right next to a garden. I'm working on that. I'm still developing my aquaponics aqua garden. You got a link to one? Okay, great. Aquilibrium. So you take a librium when you garden? Oh, aquilibrium, like equilibrium. Okay, growing food in apartments. There you go. With pond water. Ooh, I love it. Love the idea. Concept and everything. Great. The key is to get the pond water up to the roots, not just moisture from the, because that's pure water. Very cool. Well, you guys like good quality food, you do it. You go for it. If you favor restaurant eating, then you've dedicated your budget for that. I'm glad you do, because you help the economy. Yeah, Facebook is not reporting
so Mark Zuckerberg
that Buttigieg is cheating, and Jimmy Dore has his leftist perspective on Buttigieg, his attempt to take the Democratic Party by storm, pushing all the populists away who support Bernie. People that support Bernie, I feel for you. I really do, because you're getting the raw end of the deal. You don't even realize that Buttigieg is a guy who allegedly tortured animals as a kid. We have photographs of a newspaper ad where he tortured dogs and it ended up, I mean, I can't even believe what I'm seeing. I'm still corroborating it right now. And then all this talk about him working for the CIA and the McKinsey Group. Buttigieg has a lot of stuff going on he won't talk about. 3 years of time, the CIA operation known as the McKinsey Group, a public relations firm. Huh. It looks like they pulled some poor kid off the street who was torturing animals and made him want to run for president. Can you imagine? He raped dogs? Really, Homeless Hank? Well, any information you have on that, including photocopies of the original newspaper ad, that'd be very helpful. I played it earlier in the show. It was quite shocking. Yeah, I couldn't believe it. It was like, I'll play a little of it right now for you.
Story. Teen arrested in 1998 for dog slaying. A local teen, Peter Buttigieg, has been arrested on suspicion of the recent killings of at least 5 dogs. Authorities say they were able to locate the suspected individual thanks to testimony of witnesses who saw the teen allegedly strangling a stray dog. Okay, and then there's this little photo that goes with it.
Okay, great. This is all I needed to see right now. I'll get to the other video later. Wow. How do you explain that away? I mean, really? So Jimmy Dore is going to take the whole thing about Facebook censoring reporting on Buttigieg, his cheating, to the mat tonight. Jimmy's pretty aggressive, and he goes out there and he spits it out. He's a leftist, but I don't mind featuring him in the show, being he's going after a real CIA suck-up. David, there was an article online that talked about his obsession with raping dogs, but now the article disappeared. You can't find it now. We'll keep looking. Check archive.org. Thank you, though. The CIA is trying to scrub Buttigieg's bad record to clear the way for another controlled candidate. You see, I'm not part of their secret network, the glowies, they call them. The people that glow, they're called CIA agents. That's the term used on various networks. David, that video is about critical thinking, not Pete. Oh, I'm not here to talk about critical thinking. I'm here to talk about Pete. I realize you gave up critical thinking a long time ago, Epstein. Why else would you be a Democrat? Anybody who's still a Democrat gave up critical thinking years ago. Yeah, you've got to let loose of your predilections, your preconceived notions of everything. This is the time to redraft your political views, everyone. Yeah, we're in a very free-for-all state. As you can tell, Donald Trump has put us in a big flux. No, I told you I swam during the summer. Yeah, that's what I told you. I swam during the summer. We went to a lot of hotels on our way to D.C. I swam as much as I could. And I said I swam quite a bit. Yeah. When we got back, you see, we had to drain the spa when we left. And when we got back, I said, Sarah, you don't use the spa during the winter. I really don't mind filling it. But since you don't use it, why fill it? So we just waited. Yeah. And I have other swimming options too in my area. There's a public swimming area all over the place. I swim all the time. No, Rodney, you're full of it. We're going to ban you from the show. I don't lie. What's really interesting is you thought because I said I swam, you thought I swam in the swim spa. You assumed I was swimming in a swim spa. Facebook censoring reporting on Buttigieg cheating. We'll look at that tonight in our lineup. Now for 21 dumpster meals that everyone really wants to try. 1 week, 21 delicious, nutritious dumpster meals. Wow. Imagine living out of a supermarket dumpster for a whole week by turning the food waste into healthy gourmet meals. That's exactly what Rob did with the 21 gourmet dumpster meal project. He did this while focusing attention on the amount of food that goes to the waste in the United States, an estimated $165 billion of wasted food. Now, this show's all about waste reduction, so I can't ignore this. $165 billion. Max, what do you got? More on Amazon? Oh, yeah, I love it. Yeah, let's check it out. Max has got to get this link out before I lose it. That is so cool. That's pretty much what I'm doing in my pond. I'm growing plants out of my pond. I have water lilies growing in there. I've got all this amazing natural oxygen producing plants, and my koi are incredibly happy. I give them a daily dose of basic fish food, goldfish food, and I got koi about this big now. I had one about this big, but the dang blue heron ate it. I'm feeding the blue heron in my area. But anyway, love ponds, love plants, perfect combo. That looks like a great present at Amazon. I'm going to ask Sarah if we should get that. $37. $21.54 Canadian. The Penplax Aquaponic Beta Tank. I found out something about the betas. This has shocked me. Remember my beta that we had in the cooking show? Hi there, Pirate Salty Dog. Yeah, remember the beta we had in the cooking show? It was pretty weird. I'm not sure what's going on here. I've got a click from something. It's coming at me. That's not me. That's a photoshopped item. You're not allowed to post fake pictures of me here, Xenu. This is your one and only warning before I ban your account. God. He should know better. Yeah, exactly. Fish included, Rob. Yeah. Well, I was filtering my water, and the beta died because of it. And I said to the people at the fish store, I said, what did I do wrong? And the lady said, you got to keep dirty water. The betas like dirty water. You can't put them with goldfish, but that would be a perfect use for a beta and a plant growing in it. They love dirty water. That'd be an interesting try to build that again, to get the beta fish going. I've got this whole can of beta fish food. Could I stop talking about fish for just a while? Thanks. B&O Newsroom breaking. Epicenter of coronavirus outbreak reports 14,800 new cases, including clinically diagnosed cases and 242 new deaths. Well, we're keeping track of the death count right now, and so far Africa and India are looking good. Yeah, when you take a look at the death map, so to speak. Yeah, so far so good. Luckily, not a lot of people travel to India from China. That's a good thing. Yeah, so here's a case for less global exchange of people, right? We talk about a global world governance, which I would never want. I don't want everybody visiting every other country. I think it's a terrible waste of energy. I mean, if you want to go to Mumbai, you can. Look, they've got a few cases here in Mumbai. 3 confirmed cases in India. I stand corrected. New Delhi has 8 confirmed. 63 in mainland China, which is actually pretty good, considering Wuhan was evacuated, which I don't understand why. 18 in Xinhai, and Tibet has 1 confirmed. So it's not spreading too fast. Japan has quite a few, 175 confirmed, and there's a lot of trade between China and Japan. That would make sense. Australia has some in various areas as well. So I don't think we should freak out, because it does look like antivirals will stop this particular coronavirus. And we just have to get our antiviral companies moving as fast as possible. So not to freak out, people, but I do want to address one big problem with the CDC, and I want to apologize formally to President Xi Jinping for calling him a moron. That was terrible. I don't know what I was thinking. Aside from the fact that we still have human rights issues to address, both of our countries do. I anticipate having to talk to Xi Jinping someday, and I don't want that to be a permanent record, okay? It probably is in their mind, but if they even listen to my broadcast. But I want to say that the CDC is responsible for this idea of evacuating populated centers. That's not a Chinese decision. That's a CDC, World Health Organization. And of course, they don't want me to talk about that. You see, that's at the very bottom, the underbelly of their plan to depopulate the world. They've construed this belief that somehow moving contaminated, infected bodies will somehow save them. Isn't that the most ludicrous thing in the world? Let's take a look at this video. Something other, I gotta get a phone here, hang on. I've got people harassing me.
The poles of the sun. And the European Space Agency will be launching a spacecraft to get a first ever look at the poles of the sun. Yes, the poles of the sun.
Wow.
This research could unlock solutions to some of the biggest threats facing astronauts and Earth, a phenomenon called solar winds. Joining me now to tell us all about it is Paul Delaney, professor of physics and astronomy at York University. Good to have you with us this morning.
Good morning.
Talk to me about solar winds. What is this?
Solar wind is basically charged particles that are streaming off the sun throughout the solar system. When they interact with the Earth or the Earth's magnetic field, it can give beautiful sights like the aurora. That's how we generate the aurora, these charged particles with our magnetic field. But on the sort of downside, the same solar winds can become gales, what we call coronal mass ejections, and now it is a huge amount of charged particles that could overwhelm the satellite system, can generate sort of dangerous conditions for any astronauts or future space tourists who are in Earth orbit, and in the ultimate, remember back in 1989, take out power grids across the planet. So understanding how the sun is operating is really, really important, not just from a science perspective, but from all humanity's perspective.
How complicated is this mission?
It's very complicated. So complicated, I can't even tell you how complicated. I just got a call from someone on Mumbai who said, you are telling people not to go to my country, Mumbai, in India. And I'm saying, no. I'm saying people from China restricted travel to Mumbai. Everyone else can go to Mumbai, please. If you want a vacation there, I don't see any reason why not. Let's go there right now. What do you say? Accessing Maps Google. Yeah, you hate Mumbai, really? I want to take a look at the streets of Mumbai just to see what it's like, because I got a call from somebody in Mumbai just now. And I just want to do a little Google mapping, if that's okay with you. Thank you. And I no way want people not to go to Mumbai. That's a big city. Look at that. Wow. That's amazing. See, Americans are always curious about other countries, but we're so led to believe that they are, not exactly pretty or beautiful. Everything is beautiful in Mumbai. Let's take a look. We're going to take a little trip down memory lane here. One moment, please. Boom. I'm there. Welcome to Mumbai. Well, look at that. It's very pretty. Look at that. I'm on top of somebody's roof. Oh my gosh. And look at, they have a nice roof. It's got tiles on it. Can you imagine having sex in Mumbai? You had sex in Mumbai? Really? Well, that's a pretty cool roof. So residents can go up there and stand on the tiles? That's like really decorative. What's that? Oh my gosh. It is somebody's foot. I am looking at somebody's toenail. This is exciting. Well, it was so nice to visit your country. I'll have to go somewhere else now. Yeah. There we go. Very high tech. Look at this. Excuse me, sir. I am on the internet. I am reacting to you in virtual world. Access me on iPhone. What are you looking at? Pornography? Oh no. I don't want to see that. I want to see your city. Well, so far, I'm really excited. I've had an incredible virtual tour. And you know what's so cool, folks? All of you can do this. I'm not the only one who can go to Mumbai right now. It's a beautiful city, and I apologize to you, but I want to apologize to Xi Jinping for claiming, he said, you know, he did what the CDC would do. And if we don't get on this and stop the CDC from evacuating areas that are contaminated and infected, if we don't have a change in policy, do you realize that all of us are prone to be zip-tied and taken away with face masks and forced into some detention center and then probably exterminated in a big gas chamber? Yeah. Aren't you a little worried? The CDC would recommend that we evacuate major cities in case of a pandemic. I mean, you don't want to move people. Hello? This is like our warning, folks. Well, show me some bad pictures of Mumbai and I'll compare it. Anything you want, feel free. Pooping on the beach in India? Well, of course people do that. Well, 500 million people go to the bathroom outside. It's natural. It's sustainable. Yes. It is perfectly sustainable. Out of a country with 1.3 billion people, 500 million people still poop outside. Is that a big problem? Well, sure, it is. It actually is. It's a big problem. But I mean, is it a big problem when you think about the fertilizer and human manure and all that? I mean, this is something Bernie would get behind. Or maybe it could be behind Buttigieg, and he wouldn't even know it's behind him. Okay, we got one request for cowbell. Is this the daily request? Let's do it. All right. It's the daily request of cowbell. You're traveling through another dimension. A dimension of one known alien, known as the cow. Clearly from another planet. Good night, Max. Missed it by that much. Good night, Max. Okay, good night, 99. The cow is amazing. And you know, when I first met Sarah, we thought we were driving through some beautiful cow fields off the coast of California. And we looked at the cows and she said to me, she said, do you think cows might be an alien life form embedded in their bodies? It does seem like they have some alien, you know, with those big eyes and everything. I don't know if that cow is Epstein's cow at the Alps. Is Epstein in the Alps right now? Where is Jeffrey Epstein staying right now? Now that he faked his death? Does anyone know where he's living? Press 1 if you know where Epstein's living. The Larry Sinclair, no, Xenu, we can't cater to you. We just lost one of our operators over at iBlog catering to you. Yeah, he left. He just flat out split. I have eaten so far today about 600 calories, McDundee. Max. By the time I go to bed, about 1,500. I have a very slow metabolism. That's one of the reasons why I'm not aging. I was trying to figure out why I'm not aging, and it's because my metabolism is like 3 times slower than most people. I derive more energy out of the ergs that come out of my food, the calories, than most people do. So I guess it's one of those things. I'm Scandinavian, so during the winter my body slows down, this is something that how Norwegians survive in the Alps or in the fjords. So, well, stupid questions that run throughout the whole chat world. It's good we have a slow chat. You could read the stupid questions. Appreciate that. I love fries. Good night. Max says good night every night. Yeah, so robots do not age. Are you accusing me of being a robot? That's ridiculous. What makes you think I'm a robot? That's absurd. We showed you the picture of Trump's lookalike past couple days. It's amazing, isn't it? This potato farmer woman right here is now in play, and she was seen with her makeup not quite in gear, and you looked at the camera, it's not Trump. And Trump said this was Photoshopped. No, Trump should admit he has a lookalike, okay? But that would kind of take the budget of the lookalike down a few pegs. I mean, how expensive is it to have a potato farmer woman play Donald Trump? I mean, what's her salary? I mean, she was a potato farmer in Spain. What is she asking her agent for? Can you imagine how much money they have invested in this woman? I'm not German, Piper Slime. I'm not. I'm Norwegian, English, Romanian, but Germanic history in my name. I mean, I'm not predominantly German. I'm probably more Norwegian than German, but my namesake comes from Germany. In the Rhineland. As the town of Sponheim. Yeah. I was going to show you this the other day, but I didn't feel comfortable to do it. Reptoid, 4-minute mark, another 4-minute mark. Let's take a look.
Namaskar, Sadhguru.
No, I don't play that video. That's some weird guru who's making light of the coronavirus. I would never play that guy anymore. Sorry, Reptoid. Show Hillary's lookalike? Sure. No, my mother was English and Romanian. That was her ancestry. My father was Norwegian German. Okay, I'll play that for you if you want. Hillary's lookalike. Here we go. We get a lot of requests in our show. Wasteful Wednesday is about wasting time. Coming up with ways to waste our time, and also how we can cut Donald Trump from wasting money. He's added nearly $750 billion to the military budget, which shows that he not only doesn't care about our government and the waste that we put out, but yeah, it's pretty bad. We're $1 trillion over budget right now. Here, Hillary clone? This is the woman that many people think is a clone of Hillary. But, you know, Hillary's kind of becoming not an issue because I don't think she's going to run. Right. But there's a woman out there who plays her really well. And the real Hillary's probably suffering from, you know, backaches, arthritis, Parkinson's. The fake Hillary is... I'm not sure which is fake and which is real here, but as Elon Musk says, it's so fake it's real. But they've got a lot of lookalikes for the presidents. I don't think Hillary's going to run. She would have put her name in the hat by now, don't you think? Twitter. David, here you go. Poop in the Capitol. Legacy of open defecation. I know. It happens. You're going to take a look at that in just a bit. New Delhi pooping videos don't really qualify as what we played during the show, Homeless Hank, but yeah, I'm more interested in the other information about Buttigieg, anything you can find, especially allegations of raping dogs. Thanks. I don't plan on fixing the Indians pooping in the streets myself, but there is a new device that is in the developmental stage, and I'm not going to tell you anything other than I did a deep amount of research on this portable loo or compost toilet that actually is completely self-contained. and it runs on your poop and urine. Now, if we can mass produce those things, we could get them out to countries all around the world and they could buy them. Now, the whole process involves denitrifying the material rather rapidly using a coenzyme, a bacteria that's in experimental stage. It creates methane almost immediately when the poop and the urine combine. Slowly generating methane can create a type of toilet called an incinerolet, which incinerates all your waste. Now, those exist, but they are like 1,200 watts to do. Well, you need to develop enough energy from the methane to burn the waste. Instead of the wattage, we do the burn. No, I don't use septic waste in my fruit enzyme spray. This is coming from the Fountain of Youth, which is a very, very unique lake I discovered. Everyone on the lake is an alcoholic, and nobody realizes how cool the water is. So I'm probably one of the few people in the world who even knows about it. Oh my gosh, you poor guy. Did you take a videotape of the mega Trump tards attacking you? Remember to hit the record button next time you're attacked, because nobody believes the thing you say, Ace Spade. Yeah, we're losing viewers over in iVlog just because you've been so deceptive in the show. People don't even want to watch our show now because you keep coming in and saying this stuff without showing video of it. So put your video where your mouth is. China records, yeah, we got the story from CNN. An alert. The coronavirus has reached a record 14,800 new infections in one day. Yeah, so we don't know how accurate the number is. Well, actually, it does include that number. So, yeah, the coronavirus COVID-19, it's called. The death toll has reached 60,000 now, total confirmed. So that 14,800 added to yesterday, and we came up with 16. You see how 44 and yeah, it adds up. Just got in. Thank you. Don't breathe bleach.
If people for the virus who are asymptomatic, how effective are travel bans? Because even if you don't have a fever, you could be carrying the virus.
Yeah. No, that is a really good point. And I mean, the person is basically saying, look, you could have an infected person would completely pass all screenings because they're asymptomatic. They could travel around the world several times in a few days and then develop symptoms. Absolutely true. And that's no matter what, number of outbreaks that I've covered, that always comes up, is this incubation period. What I would say is that for that reason, it's very hard.
You don't even know what you're talking about, okay? A Chinese team of scientists have announced that it's a 24-day period where you could be symptom-free and still have the virus. Yet the World Health Organization only says it's 14 days of isolation and quarantine. So theoretically, all those people that Donald Trump sent, a week and a half ago, or a week ago to March Air Force Base, could be released too early and still spread the disease in America. So I would urge March Air Force Base to follow the protocols of the Chinese scientists and not wait for peer-reviewed studies to validate their opinion. Otherwise, we're screwed. Welcome to let's spread the virus in America disaster time. Yeah, I'm a little concerned here. So we need to get our facts in order, and believe me, I don't consult CNN for all my facts. Thank you, add the one. You know, we're seeing a lot of people depressed about iVlog recently. And yeah. I discovered that iVlog is actually censoring me pretty hard. People are having a hard time getting into iVlog too, just to chat. So we're still looking for alternative networks, but believe me, add the one. You'll be carried forward if we ever add or replace iVlog if it doesn't perform well enough for us. You'll definitely remain a moderator or an operator. So, but I'm not leaving iVlog anytime soon, but I'm seeing a lot of problems over there. Yeah, okay. No, more taxes is a democratic construct. back in the old times, back in the old days when we used to save money as a nation, we didn't have any taxes. Before the 1920s, or actually late 20s, taxes on income were negligible, hardly any. And the farmers had lawsuits in the 1930s regarding this taxation. And there have been questions about the taxation without representation. There's questions about the 16th Amendment that are still pending, that still apply to wages and compensation. Those questions are very simple: is can you really tax wages and compensations legally within the confines of the 16th Amendment? And nobody's ever challenged it. So I will be doing a lot of that challenging as president, because as president I'll have the leeway to actually challenge things that are costing our country and you, the consumer, too much money. Taxing is killing our economy. You probably can tell that by now. And Trump is lying when he says our economy is doing great. It's all a big lie. But we probably shouldn't be none of us should be charged property taxes. Ironically, we've been charged so many property taxes, it's gotten a lot of rich educators out there, and they continue to use that money, and they don't even use it properly. Look at the California lottery. That money's supposed to go to the children. Instead, they take from the children's budget, pretending like the lotto money should cover the children's budget. Then they use all that other money for other purposes to get more corrupt. So property taxes are probably something that should be illegal. Income taxes should be down to 10% across the board. I support a 10% flat tax. It's a simple plan to actually get the country a real kind of a jump start, because we don't have a jump start going on right now. Our jump start came and went, and Trump doesn't seem to care about the retail economy. Macy's is closing 125 stores. JCPenney's is closing stores. Sears is closing stores. Radio Shack is gone. Toys R Us are gone. All these stores closing, and Trump says, oh, the economy's doing great. Well, of course, cronies on Wall Street are doing great. Hedge fund managers are doing great because they keep playing with your money or their money. The Dow Jones is up 275 points today to 29,551. Ding, 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 ding. Amazon doesn't pay any taxes at all. So this idea would get 10% from Jeff Bezos, which we're not getting anything right now under Trump's plan. Trump gave $5.5 trillion in tax breaks. Of course, the stock market's going to be doing great. All these companies are investing in their own stocks. Hello? Are you people unable to realize what's happening? And Steve Mnuchin just borrowed a $1.5 trillion against our budget and our debt and stuck it in the stock market, money markets, and acts like the economy's doing great. No, it's just overinflated. They just injected all kinds of loan money into it. Walmart and Amazon may be closing other companies down. That may be a phenomenon, the end of retail, something like that. You know, the fact that people are so oblivious to what's happening, they think, oh, they have to be taxed because taxing is what our country does. Well, in 1933, U.S. agriculture sued the United States government over taxing. And the Supreme Court ruled, something Daniel Webster said many years ago too. The Supreme Court ruled that to tax is to destroy. So why the hell is our country destroying us? Can you explain that? Because they're destroying themselves. They're borrowing themselves to the hilt. The Democrats, Republicans are spending over $1 trillion a year unnecessarily. Nobody knows what fiscal conservancy is in the government right now. It's unbelievable. You know, it's really sad under the current ridiculous two-party paradigm we have. Nobody's talking about tort limits on how much you can get money-wise from a settlement and whether you get full coverage for your medical. Nobody's talking about tort law and tort reform. Not one person. And that's one area we could really start helping control the bleed from our economy. Lawyers make too much money. Settlements are too high. We need some standardization in that area. That's something I would recommend. This is funny. George Washington said, I cannot tell a lie. Trump said, I cannot tell the truth. And a Trump voter says, I cannot tell the difference. That's hilarious, Joe. Read my tort. It's Joe Pesci. Thank you, Joe, for being our celebrity chatter tonight. We have occasionally had William Shatner in the show. I don't know if you guys know each other, but yeah, he's pretty cool, allegedly. Yeah, Homeless Hank says, I don't want to even own a home or property because what would be the point? It would be taxed, so it will never truly own it. Exactly. That's the problem with property taxes. Every year you can go into default and lose your property. It's crazy. I was searching for some guy who used to be in our show a while back, Misanthropy. He said he wanted to live in a cool place. And then he said he wanted to live in Montana. Remember that? And I went searching for a property in Montana. And I remember finding one for $20,000. And it was a store in Montana. An actual retail store with a bathroom in it. But it's gone. Yeah, that's too bad. I guess it's sold. You get a lot for $7,500 in Billings, Montana. No, I never banned him. I just told him that I felt that he was a cynical apathetic, I called him. I said, we don't really have a place for cynical apathetics here. And that was just, that criticism alone was enough to blow him out of the water. He decided to leave and never come back. Billings, Montana, 5,400 square foot lot. Pretty cool. Yeah. Just a lot somewhere in the middle of Billings. So you can get land anywhere and put a tiny house up, you know. It's not that unaffordable to live out in the middle of nowhere, or even in a city like Billings, if you don't mind the weather. Yeah, see, I put up with unbelievable atrocities, doxing, DDoSing, death threats, scammers, spammers, doxers, swatters. I put up with all that. Yet he couldn't deal with the reality that I called him a cynical apathetic. So, I mean, I do my best, you know. I can only guide people to the opening. It's up to them to lubricate it. Go through the opening and you'll find a whole world out there of possibilities, really. The idea that a third party could take over the country as a political force is very real. All the demographics point to this. But we're being held down by a very effective media blitz against us here in America. Thank goodness I did the blackface video in 2009 and it got out there. And by the time it did its due diligence, you know, I was able to get enough penetration in the world to reach numerous people about how we're being censored. So, and I was the one that brought up the issue about Hiawatha needing a DNA test. Trump heard our show and said, oh, we should make Pocahontas give her a DNA test. That's what she needs. And then he copied me completely. I was way ahead of him on that, like a year ahead. And then she got the DNA test and found out she was less than half of 1% Native American. Most Indo-Europeans have more than that in their bloodstream, which proved that she was committing fraud and perjury when she said she was a Cherokee Indian to get all that free money from the government, where people like me, Caucasians, didn't get anything to go to college. I was unable to finish my college education because of it. Lack of support from my own government. But she lied through her teeth and got that money, and she never ever was prosecuted. It's kind of sad that Trump hasn't prosecuted her. It's like he wants to use my ideas, but he doesn't want to follow through on it. That's what I get from Trump. He doesn't have any power. He's like controlled by Putin or something. Everything he says, he never follows up on. I tweeted about that today. I talked about how, yeah, I don't want to lose that tweet, so let me bring it over there. Yeah, I talked about how a lot of things going on. This is my last tweet today. I did it this morning. Hashtag Trump has done nothing to stop the deep state, hashtag deep state. Contrary to the CIA QAnon posts, no Clinton body count investigation, no Biden crime family prosecution. Instead, he acts like a vengeful child firing people who spoke the truth. And that takes you to the Vindman fires. You know, Vindman and his brother got fired, along with Sondland. That's unbelievable. He's attacking everybody he can. Even the woman that passed the torch on that Ukrainian money, he fired her too. It's like this guy's a child. Hey, Psych Juice, how you doing, man? We got a couple viewers over there. Not enough viewers over at YouTube. Something's going on over there. I'm still concerned that I'm being censored over there. If you want a YouTube stream, it's going through iPhones that'll work. This is your iPhone solution. Instead of Twitter, because I'm applying to Periscope to find out what's wrong with that system. We do have an iPhone video link. It'll play, YouTube will play on iPhones. So that's the one good thing about iPhones, or rather YouTube. Property tax isn't the problem. It's all the unneeded hands in the cookie jar. Yes, I've got a comprehensive plan, Guest 702, that I'll be writing all the governors. It'll be about a 10-page read, not too difficult, but it'll include tips and ways they can cut their budget at the state level. And I want their responses on every one of those questions regarding their state. So it'll be like a 10-page questionnaire that will give the governors, but it'll also have in it all the solutions we have for cutting costs. For instance, the cost of the assessor's office in every county in America roughly costs around $2 million per year to operate. We have assessor tools online. Realtor.com has a very effective tool that could easily be used by our government to assess your property value. We don't need people driving around to see if you put a new gazebo in your front yard. It's ridiculous. So that's one area. $2 million per county in the U.S. is going to save a lot of money at the state level. Modifying the way they spend their money. Right now, every state in the union spends $10,000 to $30,000 per student, except for Alabama and Mississippi. $10,000 per student per year. Your typical classroom gets around $200,000 to $300,000 up to $1 million in New York for a classroom. And the teacher in New York gets paid $100,000. Where's all the other money going? Same with our local government. You know, our teachers get paid about $60,000 to $80,000, depending on how long they've taught or etc. The classroom gets over $300,000. So where's the money going? We have to find that out. And that's an administrative decision that has to be made to cut the top administrators out of the loop. You see, education has been a top-down disaster. We've left many children behind. We haven't inspired enough kids with their intrinsic need to learn. We've kept kids down in that respect. Now, Sarah's much better expert on this, and she doesn't agree with me on everything I'm saying, but I do believe that the cost of education could be scaled back at the top end. You see, administrators, what they do is they come up with ways in which they look like they're doing a job. And I know this because both my parents were educators. I watched Sarah's, I keep my eyes on education all around the country. And most of the administrators are just coming up with new things for the teacher to do, which costs the teacher time, energy, and takes them away from their student to teacher ratio. So while the administrators are trying to look good, they're laying all this crap on the teachers every year, which is a terrible systemic problem we have to fix. You know, the toilet plungers, the harder it is to push that plunger down, the more effective it is. So you get the ones with the pumps on them. You can pump it like 5 times. They still don't pump enough. That's the problem. The harder it is to push, the more effective it is. The easier it is, the least effective it is. So I get one of each. Just so you know, you can get your toilet plunged. One bathroom could have an easy plunger, the other could have the tough plunger. The ones that are tough to push are the ones with the big heads that form like a socket right in the toilet. It fits right in. So I'll draw you a picture, if you don't mind, of a toilet plunger. The ones that are like this actually have the most amount of push. So when you push down on them this way, they push a big bubble of air in there. But the ones that are shaped with multiple concentric sides that go down like this and form a hole, kind of like a diaphragm, like an accordion almost. Those you got to pump them a while. They'll work, and they're a lot easier for people with a lot less strength. But you know, one of each, I think. Yeah. Hi, Push and Toe. Welcome. We haven't seen Pitoro in the show lately. I'm wondering if Pitoro is one of the deceased people in Japan. I mean, I'm worried about the guy. No, I would never let anybody be my VP that doesn't qualify on an integrity level. I would run them through a battery of tests on integrity. I am in favor of legalization of prostitution, if that's your concern. I think now is the time to make it easier for women to get testing and lower the barriers they're facing right now. It's the oldest profession. We're not going to ever get rid of it. But legalization isn't necessarily a statement to everyone to go do it. Everyone knows the risks. It's a very risky profession. Okay, here we've got some very scant information coming out of China right now regarding the coronavirus situation. Chinese police shooting to kill people sick with coronavirus that refuse to be evacuated. Cremation following the public execution. Okay, let's potentially possible shooting of innocent people here. This is crazy, folks. They're loading their guns, ready to shoot people who have the coronavirus. I've not seen this picture, so they're going down the street with guns. Look at this. Somebody was sitting up in their apartment filming this and somehow got it to social media. Whoa.
Okay.
Oh my God. Okay, now that's either a compilation, a fake video. We didn't actually see anybody shoot anybody there. Could have been crisis actors. I'm not disputing the possibility they could be faking this just to get more people to vaccinate. Yeah. See, there's a whole underlying conspiracy theory behind this idea that the virus is spreading to push us for vaccinations. I didn't see any blood evidence of anybody hurt or dying in that particular instance. Yeah, it could have been fake. It could also be to make us fear that we're going to be next and then make us get vaccinated. And I don't agree with herd inoculation, as you know. I'd have many more air masks delivered. In fact, before this outbreak, I was talking about getting people air masks through the CDC as a part of the big, huge move. No, my hair is real. Everything about my hair is real. That could have been fake, though. Blood can be faked, I know. Well, thanks for that little tidbit. And we've got pooping on the beach in India tonight. Who doesn't want to see that? I mean, I can't believe some of the links we got tonight. 1 week of dumpster nutrition. Dumpster dinner. Apparently the guy's made a lot of videos and he talks on screen about eating dumpster food. a man named Rob. He's been living on dumpster food for some time, and he's making a whole life quest to go online with it. And it says here, you're going to want to meet this guy. Dumpster breath. Okay, yeah. Who doesn't want to meet Dumpster Guy? Yeah, he lives off dumpster food. There's a girl on TV or on YouTube that makes dumpster food too. Look at it, he's got a cornucopia of dumpster food there. Okay, Add the One, sleep well. Thanks for coming in, man. Thanks for being here. Good night. A lot of you need to hit the bed rather. 7:50. Yeah, it's like 11 o'clock out there. But look at that dumpster food he's got there. Yeah, it's very appetizing. Okay, we're done with that. I don't really need to go there unless there's video attached, but I don't see any video, so. Yeah, I think it's probably safe to say that Bob probably didn't make it. He probably has some stomach problems and can't get back to bed because every single link on that video is gone. Poor guy. Another bad story here that 500 Wuhan medical staff are infected with the coronavirus. This stands to reason that it's easy for this virus to pass between two people, especially if they're being caring for these people. Hundreds of hospital staffers have been infected with the coronavirus and are now some of the new victims. There are at least 500 confirmed cases of infected Wuhan hospital workers by mid-January. That means that's mid-January. We're at mid-February now. Hundreds more suspected to have the virus. This is like an old story or something? February 11th? It was like yesterday. Another 600 workers were suspected to have the coronavirus in the Wuhan area hospitals. They're crying out for medical supplies and hazmat suits. Yep. COVID-19 is the name of the virus. Aren't you sick and tired of talking about this? I know I am. Flu resurges in Pennsylvania with almost 24,000 cases and 14 deaths in the past 2 weeks. Now, this is a different flu virus. There's a nasty flu going around the country right now. It's both vomiting and diarrhea. Yeah. Influenza is hit pretty hard in all these states. We got it bad in Washington. All the red states are bad. Apparently, Idaho is the place to not get the flu. Look at that. Minimal amount of flu in Idaho. Good to know. Yeah, let's look at property in Boise later. I can't play music for the safety dance song. No, I'm sorry. Is this a song you sent me last night? You have flu in your house? Wow. Yeah, you walk around with a paper towel and rubbing alcohol. And keep it wet with rubbing alcohol. And just wipe everything down wherever you go. Touch your fingers and never touch your face. Well, whatever song you want me to play, the safety dance song, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what the diversion is, McDundy. He's just talking about something. No, Lysol spray could be toxic to breathe. I don't recommend spraying yourself in the face with Lysol. You beat it by covering your face? Oh, so you covered your whole face up with a plastic bag? Isn't that dangerous? It's not that I don't dance anymore. It's just that I don't dance publicly anymore. Yeah, everyone was making fun of the way I was moving on screen, and my stylist said, Dave, you just better not, you're a great dancer, but you just better not dance all the time in front of people. They'll think you're weird. I'll never forget the first time I danced for Sarah. She thought I was the weirdest dancer in the world. Yeah, then people noticed that I actually dance pretty well. It's just more like a modern dance. Anyway. So one of the striking things that happened in the pre-show is Buttigieg has been heard telling illegal immigrants that America is your country too. In Spanish. Yeah. Buttigieg, off on the far left world that he lives in, his father founded the Communist Society. He's telling illegal immigrants that America is your country too. So he wants the same Obama policy of bringing people into the country. This is why we don't want Democrats, folks. Donald Trump won on my idea, the 1,000-mile fence. I can definitely beat Trump. Amy can't beat Trump. Biden could beat Trump, but I could definitely beat Trump because people like my idea more than Donald Trump's perversion of my idea. Yeah, I like the fact that Amy Klobuchar stood up to Kavanaugh, and it won points with me when she was the prosecutor in that case. I told you I wouldn't mind working with Amy if she were to, give me a call. But she's a very tough woman. She's very aggressive, much more aggressive than most women. Just so you know. Yeah, she's kind of like Hillary that way. But this idea is still very viable for the whole side of the 1,000-mile strip of the border that is not covered with water in the Rio Grande. Well, I want to see a female president someday. I really do. I'm not going to do a gimmick thing, though, and want a female president just because we had a black president. That's kind of a gimmick vote. I appeal to much higher thought processes right now. Our country's in dire need of credible leadership, not some gimmick. And a third-party candidate is not a gimmick. It's something that's long overdue. Anyway, I can't believe Buttigieg said that to the illegals because it's giving them false hope. We can provide a nice place to live at the border while they wait for their trial for asylum, whether it's political or economic. So that's something we can do. And these areas could actually be laundromats. We could put 40 bunk beds or 20 bunk beds in every one of these containers, giving 40 people a place to sleep. We could have free containers. We could even have retail establishments like Taco Bell and Burger King selling wares at the border. Waiting at the border shouldn't be a nightmare, but right now it is. It's been a nightmare ever since Donald Trump turned the border into a concentration camp. I don't know, Stormy, are you ready to take on the world with your history of pornography? Are you sure it would drag our whole campaign down with you having done a lot of porno? You realize that, right? I know you've got great exposure. I love your profile, too. I would recommend considering the option. Maybe it would be what we need, Because you haven't mentioned me once in the news. You haven't told any reporters about me, nothing. So I'm assuming you're Stormy Daniels, but you may not be. You may be somebody else. You would vote for Stormy and I? Really? I didn't even realize porno was being taxed. I don't plan on raising taxes past 10%. I told you that. We need to stimulate the economy. Yeah, I believe Amy Klobuchar is tougher than most Democrats, if not all of them. Absolutely. I don't trust Bernie. He's too much of a moocher himself, and he's now a millionaire. I'm sure Amy's put together a sizable amount of money as a prosecutor in the U.S., but I don't know what her net worth is. I'll find out, though, right now. She has only 1.1 million as of 2015. Her net worth is 1.5 million, less than Bernie's. So that's a good sign. And I'm not here to misjudge Amy Klobuchar in any way other than to say she's a tough woman. Yeah. She can come off pretty harsh. When people think of a woman president, they don't really think of a harsh person. They think of a person who's firm and fair, but not harsh like Hillary, you know? I don't believe that, Stormy. Why would a prosecutor have done that? Can you prove it? You just think everybody's done porn. Now, the big news for today is that the Senate has passed a war powers measure. And the war powers measure has been to keep him under check. in a vote was bipartisan. The Senate voted 51 to 45 with 8 Republicans voting with the Democrats in favor of a resolution to prevent the president from just declaring war for no reason. Before we get into a war, there will be a careful deliberation about whether it's necessary. So at least the Republicans are putting a few of Donald Trump's actions in check. That's a good start, considering, in my opinion, and this is strictly my opinion, they definitely overstepped their bounds. By not taking on a trial, not taking witnesses, when they themselves were talking about nothing but witnesses, we can't conclude anything but the Senate has committed obstruction. That's all I can glean from this. We do know that Donald Trump had people working for him, like Michael Cohen, a trusted partner for a long time, 2 years. Paul Manafort, chairman of his campaign, a Russian oligarch. 36 felonies by the Trump people. That's beyond belief. Yeah. Isn't that bizarre? It's just like, and then you see Donald Trump Jr. now reaching out to Putin again for the Moscow Trump Hotel. Mother Jones has a story. Don Jr. defends Trump Tower meeting. I'm allowed to have a conversation with people, aren't I? Trump Jr. is now asking, well, sure, yeah, you can have a conversation with Russians about Russian hotels. Yeah, sure. Now that we know that Donald Trump has been doing business when he said he wasn't, sure, why not? Offering Vladimir Putin a $50 million penthouse suite at the Trump Tower Hotel in Moscow when they built it. And then supposedly Trump Jr. never really talked about ending sanctions, but yet he claimed he was looking into adoptions, and then he changed his story saying he was trying to find dirt on Hillary. I mean, his story changed 3 times. Yeah, meeting with the Russian to stop the sanctions, which Trump didn't charge any sanctions for 2 years on Russia. Working a deal on the side with Moscow Hotel. I mean, and then changing it all to, getting dirt on Hillary, which they never found. You have a state of euphoria from taking that drug? Wow. Could be very addictive. Lottery winners would still have to pay an income tax. Oh, thank you. Yeah, lottery winners would still have to pay an income tax no matter where you win the lottery. But it would be anything over $50,000, it would only be 10%. All taxes, including government, are taxing on businesses, would all come into the 10% plan. The 10% flat tax on any income over $50,000. But the best thing about what's going on here at America's Third Party is Sarah, obviously. The second best thing is we're offering $500 a month universal basic income. And we are the originator of the idea. We started it in 2012. In our book, Hybrid Capitalism, we developed a Baseline Plus program where the government would give everybody who's a U.S. citizen $500. Now, if you already get Social Security or disability, that wouldn't add to you wouldn't get an additional $500. But we'd make sure that everybody got $500. And this plan still stands now that Andrew Yang has left and dropped out of the race. He tried to double it to $1,000 and it failed. But this is the one chance that you could get real cash out of your vote. I don't recommend being that. If you're going to be anything, don't be that. Thanks. I'll talk to you in a bit. Thanks for everything. I'll be back.
Not a good idea, Hank. Not a good idea. Don't do it. Hello Herbal Ascension, aka Psych Juice. Interesting name. Anyway, no, J-Mix, who cares? No, not drug tests in order to get the $500 a month. forget all the paperwork and forget all of the hoops people have to jump through. Hello, Push and Toe. Good to know there's no income tax for lottery winners in Canada. That's good to know. Not that I'm going to go to Canada and play the lottery, but all right. There's a Department of Justice walkout. They say it shows that there's internal tension with Attorney General William Barr. The Iowa Democratic chair resigned after the caucus night debacle. Bernie Sanders was facing criticism in Nevada for his Medicare for All plan. Jeff Bezos bought the most expensive property in LA. It cost him 1/8 of 1% of his net worth. It was David Geffen's mansion, and it cost $165 million. The Virginia House passed a bill to give electoral votes to the popular vote winner. That's interesting. I wonder if it's like popular vote winner of the US or popular vote winner of Virginia. Oh, to the national winner of the presidential popular vote.
Americans do not vote directly for.
There's a National Popular Vote Interstate Compact that is being looked at by many states, or at least Virginia and other states, to put the state's electoral votes toward the winner of the national popular vote instead of whatever the state's own popular vote is. Mark Levine, the sponsor of the bill, told CNN that he noted that the presidential candidates tend to campaign only in a handful of bellwether states rather than visiting all the states. That strategy tends to slight heavily Republican and Democratic states whose votes are less likely to be up for grabs. So they want this bill that would bring out voters who feel they're ignored in major election cycles and then improve election day turnout. But there's this compact they're trying, and it will go into effect only if the cumulative total of the state's electoral votes passes 270 necessary for a majority. That would require states that voted for Trump to sign on. You're right, 702, the Electoral College people can still vote how they want, so it doesn't matter, but anyway. Hello, Silent Man, how are you? All right. LiveScience.com, how experts plan to treat the coronavirus. That would be a good one. There's $1 billion disinformation campaign to re-elect the president. There's an article from The Atlantic. Maybe I'll look at that in a little bit. Grizzly bear death rates are climbing, according to the New York Times. All right. As the virus outbreak, and this is from LiveScience.com, possible treatments for the new coronavirus. As the coronavirus outbreak in China continues to spread, having infected over 24,000 people so far, scientists around the world are racing to find a treatment. Most of the people infected with the new coronavirus, dubbed as 2019 nCoV, have not received a treatment specific to that virus because there isn't one. In fact, none of the handful of coronaviruses known to infect humans has an approved treatment, and people who are infected typically receive care mainly to help relieve symptoms, according to the CDC. However, a handful of repurposed drugs from drugs targeting Ebola to HIV have already shown promise, according to new findings. Has David gone over this with you? I remember he was talking about that. Have I ever heard of shield shrimp? No. Shelled shrimp, maybe? Yes, but not shield. Shield shrimp. 702 over at iVlog says people vote on who they like. Electoral vote on which candidate is in the best interests of our nation, which is why Hillary lost. Changes need to be made, and if Hillary won, it would just be the same old, same old. Oh. Living fossils. Interesting. It's a shrimp. Interesting. It looks like a tadpole. You're making homemade chicken noodle soup over the weekend. Okay, good to know. Back to the thing about that. Until recently, there were very few effective antivirals, said Stephen Morris, a professor at Columbia University Mailman School of Public Health. That was especially true for RNA viruses, like 2019 nCoV and HIV, which uses RNA rather than DNA as their genetic material. That's changing now in recent years, perhaps encouraged by the successful development of HIV antivirals, which proved it might be feasible to do more. An armamentarium has greatly expanded. Armamentarium? I've never heard of that word before. All right. Developing brand new drugs requires a huge investment of both time and resources. So while you're waiting for the new miracle drug, it's worthwhile looking for existing drugs that could be repurposed to treat new viruses. So that's exactly the route doctors took to treat a 35-year-old man in Washington state. He was the first U.S. patient to have been infected with the new coronavirus. When his symptoms worsened, the man was given an unapproved antiviral drug called remdesivir that was originally developed to treat Ebola. Doctors gave this drug to the patients by making a compassionate use request to the FDA, which allows experimental drugs to be given to people outside of clinical trials in emergency situations. The patient, who was recently released from the hospital, didn't seem to experience any side effects of the drug. In animal models, scientists have found that remdesivir can knock down similar coronaviruses, such as the ones that cause Middle East respiratory syndrome, MERS, and severe acute respiratory syndrome, SARS. Despite its use in an emergency situation, the drug has not been demonstrated to be safe or effective for any use. Gilead scientists, a biopharmaceutical company that is developing the drug, said in a statement. Recently, a group of researchers tested a number of antivirals in the lab for their effectiveness against the new coronavirus. They found that remdesivir stopped the virus from replicating in a lab dish. Wow. Similarly, the group found that chloroquine, an approved and widely used anti-malarial and autoimmune disease drug, was also effective in stopping the virus from spreading in human cells in the lab. Both drugs were effective at low concentrations, and neither drug was highly toxic to human cells. These findings were encouraging but not entirely surprising because of the previous testing in Ebola patients, cell cultures, and animal models, said Fanju Zhu, a professor in the Department of Biological Science at Florida State University, who is not part of the study. Both drugs maybe are worthy of trial in this unprecedented and devastating situation, Zhu told Life Science. Though researchers expected the drugs to work, this group effectively proved they did, at least in lab, in a short time frame. Chloroquine seems to need a higher concentration than remdesivir, but it's within the feasible range, and if it really works as well as the published in vitro results, it could be quite promising. No, Slickbone, that won't happen. Despite those results, testing antivirals in lab dishes is the beginning, not the end of the process, Moore said. If it works in the lab or even in animal models, there's no guarantee it will work in a human patient. Gilead Sciences is now working with health officials in China to establish clinical trials to test the effect of remdesivir on patients infected with the new coronavirus, according to their statements. I think that there's a lot of hope with remdesivir having some effect. I think we'll only find that out from clinical trials, said Dr. Amash Adalha, an infectious disease specialist and a senior scholar at the Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security in Baltimore. All right, the molecular standoff. Viruses aren't as easy as bacteria to treat. That's because viruses are very diverse with unique characteristics that can't be targeted with a broad spectrum drug like a general antibiotic. Viruses use human cellular machinery to create proteins that help it replicate. So targeting the viruses while not damaging human cells can prove challenging. When a virus infects the body, it first finds a cell and latches onto a protein in the cell's surface called a receptor. The virus then enters the cell via a vesicle called an endosome. From inside this vesicle, it releases its RNA into the cell's cytoplasm. And two things happen. The virus hijacks the human cell's machinery to produce the viral proteins needed for replication. And it uses its own viral enzyme to copy its RNA. Finally, the viral proteins and RNA assemble into a structure that lets the virus leave the cell and move on to infecting the next cell. Antivirals target various points in this process of viral replication, said Carol Shashkis-Reese, a professor of biology and neuroscience at New York University. Chloroquine blocks the virus's ability to acidify endosomes and release its RNA into the cell. This is a critical step for most viruses to begin their infection. Remdesivir, in contrast, acts like a nucleotide, the building block for RNA. It squishes itself into the copied RNA sequence, creating a typo and rendering it useless. When a similar coronavirus caused a SARS outbreak in 2003, some evidence suggested that another class of drugs called protease inhibitors approved to treat HIV could be effective against the SARS coronavirus. Based on previous studies that showed possible benefits of these drugs in treating both SARS and MERS, two of them are now being tested for their ability to treat this 2019 nCoV in a clinical trial in China. These drugs that target yet another point. These are drugs that target yet another point in viral replication. They block the ability of protein called a protease to cut a very long non-functional protein into smaller proteins that are needed for the virus to replicate. David never said that he worked at the Mayo Clinic. I think he said he visited there. The Chinese government previously suggested that the people infected with the coronavirus should take 2 lopinavir or retronavir pills, the protease inhibitors that are currently being tested for use with the novel coronavirus in the Chinese clinical trial. And they also suggested they should inhale an interferon twice a day. Interferon alpha is already approved to treat diseases such as multiple sclerosis and hepatitis C.
Yeah, interferon's been great. People with AIDS have been getting benefits from it, so it's working with this virus, kind of. That's good.
Interferons are very useful because they aren't specific to a single virus, but respond to all viruses and all stages of viral replication.
I never worked at the Mayo Clinic, no. I had a phone conversation with the director of the Mayo Clinic when we went out there. I wanted to know how badly they were burdened by immigration, and he said, no problem. We have no problem with immigration in Minnesota, Rochester. He wasn't complaining.
All right, here's David.
Thank you, Sarah.
I will.
You're ready for bed and TV and
Yeah, I'm gonna go take a shower.
That's a good idea.
Watch a show and go to bed.
I would definitely do that. Enjoy your evening.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks for filling in and enjoying. The chicken tryptophan will kick in. Hopefully you won't fall asleep in the shower.
Yeah.
It's pretty good chicken. Thank you. That was good. We did a Costco chicken. It was tasty. All right. Yeah. Yeah, you get 2-3 meals out of a Costco chicken. $4.99. It's amazing. They lose $30 million a year at Costco. And now they're steroid and hormone free, which is great. There's some Costcos in America that sell organic hamburgers. Scissor Fight said, hello, Sarah. Hello, Scissor Fight. Yeah, they're selling organic hamburgers at the Charlottesville Costco. I mean 100% organic. The bun, the meat, the vegetables. I think it's like $4.99 for a double cheeseburger, organic. Jack LaLanne, who are you talking about? I don't know who she is. I've got news to cover, Howie. Oh, you're not Howie. That's right. You're Homeless Hank. So 8 Republicans have stepped up to stop Trump and said, yeah, there are going to be limits on how he can start wars, because we were all kind of hanging out on a limb the other day with the attack on Soleimani during the impeachment hearing. We're going to take care of anyone. We're going to hit them at 52 targets will be taken out in Iran. If they hurt one American, if they kill one American. Well, it turns out that all these people, now over 100 men, are suffering from this this brain injury. It's a permanent brain injury that they're suffering from, and they say some of them might have even died. And Trump didn't bother responding to Iran after that attack. So what is Donald Trump, all talk and no action? And I certainly didn't want him to attack Iran, don't get me wrong. I didn't want him to say attack 52 targets in Iran. That was horrible. That in and of itself was horrible. Then he had to back it up with, oh, no one was hurt. Yeah, we had a lot of people hurt. That was a terrible strike by Iran on our Iraqi facility. And it was bad for business because now Russia is selling S-300s to Iraq and S-400s to Iran, supposedly. Which clearly helps Russia completely. Everything Trump does helps Russia. It's amazing. So we're going to put that one to rest. I think that's all I tweeted today. Oh yeah, Trump has a total meltdown and thanks Barr for wrecking the Department of Justice.
I don't know what happened. They all hit the road pretty quickly. Look, Edley, 9 years recommended by 4 people that perhaps they were Mueller people. I don't know who they were, prosecutors. And they, I don't know what happened. They all hit the road pretty quickly. Look, you had somebody just recently, you saw what happened. He got 2 months. He got sentenced to 2 months for leaking classified information at the highest level. Who's that? They treated Roger Stone very badly. They treated everybody very badly. And if you look at the Mueller investigation, it was a scam because it was illegally set up. It was set up based on false documentation and false documents. You look at what happened, how many people were hurt, their lives were destroyed, and nothing happened with all the people that did it and launched a scam. Where's Comey? Where is Comey? What's happening to McCabe? What's happening to Lisa and Peter Strzok and Lisa Page? What's happening with them? It was a whole setup. It was a disgrace for our country.
So I'm wondering, he's now attacking William Barr for not prosecuting those people? You see this tactic? He's acting like William Barr should have done it. Well, apparently no attorney general works for him. Yeah, Jeff Sessions didn't do anything for him. And for him, now he says, isn't doing anything for me. Oh, these terrible things that Strzok did, I mean, he's naming and blaming somebody else for his own mistake. He couldn't prosecute Hillary Clinton, and he couldn't prosecute Barack Obama on the birth certificate, and he couldn't prosecute Elizabeth Warren on the Cherokee Indian thing, and he couldn't prosecute Ilhan Omar on her relationship with her brother, leading to his citizenship. Marrying her brother isn't too cool, Ilhan. No, you violated U.S. citizenship laws. You need to go back to Bahrain or Qatar. There you go.
And everyone knows it too, everyone, including NBC, which gives a lot of fake news. The fact is that Roger Stone was treated horribly, and so were many other people. Their lives were destroyed. And it turns out, you look at the FISA warrants and what...
Now, I want to say this because in this instance, I believe Donald Trump could have easily started talking about the Seth Rich case, but he didn't. You notice that? You QAnoners, you notice how Donald Trump never mentioned Seth Rich? If the emails came from anywhere, it was Seth Rich. The guy was shot in the back and later died in the hospital under mysterious circumstances. But Trump doesn't mention that. He's always naming and blaming other people, but not the real. Frankly, Roger Stone probably deserves a lighter sentence. I would agree with Trump on this, because it didn't seem like Roger Stone did that much other than try to hide the fact that he didn't do much.
What just happened with FISA, where they found out it was fixed, that it was a dirty, rotten deal. So when you look at that and you see what happened to Roger Stone, but think of it, a man leaks classified information, highly classified. They give him 2 months. Roger Stone for doing, nobody even knows what he did. In fact, they said he intimidated somebody. That person said he had no idea he was going to jail for that. That person didn't want to press charges. They put him in for 9 years. It's a disgrace. And frankly, they ought to apologize to a lot of the people who's...
Yeah, I agree. A lot of the people, well, Homo Hank, if you were on oysters, you might be able to, oysters are a natural aphrodisiac. So you may want to try moving to a clean oyster bay somewhere in Canada and get shucked oysters right out of the ocean. You'll start to find, I'll bet you find a woman up there in Nova Scotia. She's waiting for you. Well, you don't like the one thing that'll get you a little bit more, yeah. Hey, I'm not here to help your sex life, man. Trump is.
Lives they've ruined. All right, next question. Next question, please. Go ahead. Yeah, please, Steve. Wait. What? Are you considering a pardon? I don't want to say that yet, but I tell you what, people were hurt viciously and badly by these corrupt people. And I want to thank, if you look at what happened, I want to thank the Justice Department for seeing this horrible thing. And I didn't speak to them, by the way, just so you understand. They saw the horribleness of a 9-year sentence.
A 9-year sentence. I agree. I really do believe that Roger Stone got the raw end of the deal. And I'm not here, you see, this is, I'm a centrist and not a Democrat. What kind of a video do you have, Xenu?
The so-called outbreak with the coronavirus needs to be exposed for what it is, nothing but a fear campaign in the public.
Okay, the Russian vids. Yeah, I'll play that tonight for sure. Yeah, thank you. Wow, a real submission from Xenu. How about that? Thank you, man. I don't mind Russian vids. He's got 34,000 subscribers. He's not exactly a YouTube whore, Yeah, he's certainly a guy who's trying to make people aware. I don't want to overreact to this coronavirus either. I think they're pushing vaccinations. They're trying to keep coming up. It's called Operation Saturation, where they repeat the message over and over again. Kind of like Bernie harping on Wall Street.
Well, what Plouffe said is right, but I think you have to take a look at the whole nature of the camp.
I'm curious if you agree now, from the veil of ignorance, as a principle, would you agree with that as a principle that whoever goes in with, say, a plurality of delegates, if it's 50 to 100, that should be the nominee?
Yes, can I help you? Hello. Yes, Frank. Can I do it for you? See what I mean? It's like every single Frank Garrett, and thank you for leaving your name, Frank. We'll put that in our list of hostile callers. You make the list 12 tonight, Frank Garrett. Well, how about that? Yeah. Well, let's be clear. Righty. Good to keep all of these records, all these people. Hey, Corona, what's going on? Hi, Corona. Isn't there a song, My Sharona?
Greetings in Jesus Christ's name. Hi, friend.
Hi, friend. What's going on? I don't know. I have to find out. Hold, please, while I clue this in. Yeah, this is that famous thing we reported, first of all. Scissorfight got the information on the Bill Gates connection to the event 2001.
In this video, there will be some revelations. I always want to start the videos by telling you what kind of a video it is. If I'm making some kind of conclusions, or what type of video it is, and what kind of importance does the information have. So
he's going to take a detailed look at this. This guy's name is Zeklio Sibumer. Zeklio Sibumer. It's, yeah, cool. Anybody's analysis is as good as anyone else's at this point, because we're getting such scant information from China. I don't think Xi Jinping has made a public announcement, has he? I have not heard him speak on the coronavirus outbreak yet. You know, one thing about Trump, he's pretty timely on his State of the Union addresses. You know, he got right out there and he did that State of the Union right after the impeachment acquittal. No, I don't track people who are deviant, slick bone. He had his teleprompter prepped for him and everything it was like a game show. And behind door number 1 is the pining woman looking for her husband who just got back from Europe, and he opens the door and everyone reunites it. It was like, and then on to the token black guys, the two guys that were just out there to get noticed and make a few bucks. Trump offers $300 to $500 for every black person that goes to his rallies, so I'm sure they got a lot more than that. Those were television appearances, probably a couple grand, you know. I mean, come on. Trump is, you know, that's nothing. That's like a tip at the Waldorf for Trump. You know what I'm talking about? I'm telling you. I'll tell you. You're in a rare mood tonight. You decided we all will be dying? Well, that's a revelation that everyone comes up with when they realize that there's such a thing as mortality. But if you already believe that you're dead as you're alive, you're more likely to live longer. Because even if you're alive or dead, you're going to live longer, being both dead and alive. Some people become dead within, like vampires, and they still walk among us, supposedly in mythology. David, as president, what will you do for our next space program? For our space program, well, I'm going to keep the Orion project. I think we have to keep moving toward developing spacesuits. We have a big, huge challenge, though, to getting through the Van Allen belts, and I think NASA owes the American people an apology. Admitting that we never went to the moon will be the first thing out of their mouth. Once I sit down with all these assholes who've been lying to us about going to the moon for the past 600 years, ever since 1969, they've been telling us we went to the moon, wasting our tax dollars. So we'll be cutting NASA's program in half, if not larger. And as far as the photography studio, where they're going to do the International Space, that's all going to be reduced to a low budget, and we'll actually sell it to television studios to do more space movies. So it'll still be a space facility, but it'll be completely, you want to make a movie in space, NASA will be your vendor. So we're going to get money back from NASA. We have a lot of money invested in fake green screens and photography equipment. So yeah, we're going to get NASA to run like a business, get a return on investment. Same with NOAA. You know, NOAA doesn't charge any of the weather stations, climate feeds, all that stuff they offer for free. They don't charge them at all. It's like, oh yeah, it's like better than the AP. They get free weather information from NOAA, courtesy of the U.S. tax dollar. That's got to change. No, I don't believe anybody who censors me is capable of endorsing anything other than their colostomy bag. The Chinese seem to be so afraid now that they're coming clean on the real numbers. Really? Nationwide unrest, according to a Super Saver, this came from the AP, coronavirus spike to at least 60,000 worldwide as Chinese officials adopt new counting standards. Good. Well, I'm still concerned about the competence of the Chinese government insofar as they took the entire city and evacuated it. What's the theory behind that? That's what I'd like to know. They have quilts for themselves. Over 200 employed couldn't go home and immediately under quarantine. Yeah, that happens quite a bit. CDC mistakenly removed San Diego's first positive coronavirus case from hospital. I heard about that. Hey Thomas, how you doing? What can I do for you? The whole unit went to work one day. The family could not go home. More than 200 people brought their own quilts, all isolated. Under construction, yeah, a hospital. Everyone was diagnosed. Well, they only had one case in the hospital, but the whole hospital had to be locked down. So everybody's under lockdown right now. A lot of places are suffering, having to share food, like in apartment buildings in Wuhan. But why he evacuated the city and closed the doors, it just doesn't make any sense. And why the mayor of Wuhan waited so long to report the problem. There should have been safeguards in place to close the city down, but it doesn't matter. The cat's out of the bag. We can't control it now. It's just Chinese decision to do that, and it wasn't Xi Jinping's fault. The CDC wants people to evacuate from cities when they're contaminated, which is a failed policy. And if put in the wrong hands, would lead to all of you being carted away and zip-tied, sent to the FEMA camps, probably for extermination. So we really have a problem with the CDC protocols that has to be addressed by a third party. And we would be that third party, theoretically. You know, America's third party would be a third party. Sure. You could access us online. Sure, we'd be able to give you information. Well, the concept is to be an anti-New World Order effort right here. And our call letters are at third parties, so we're the one group that really can establish an alternative future for America, because we are coming at it fully aware that the two parties have been bought off and controlled internally through simple bribery. Look at how $30 million came from the NRA, weirdly, at a time when Trump needed money in the 2016 election. Well, it turns out that Maria Butina, working for Russia, was involved in getting some of that money donated to the NRA. The NRA has not made a statement to this effect, and now are thinking of going into bankruptcy, which is strange. Why would the NRA go into bankruptcy after funneling money from Russia into Trump's hands? No, that's not exactly what we're going for. Try again. Coming up with a better slogan. Now, Maria Bartiromo. China knew that they had coronavirus before sending delegation to the White House. That's weird. Ooh, it's getting weirder. Fox's Maria Bartiromo. China knew that, Fox business anchor Maria Bartiromo talked to a top Trump advisor about the possibility that the coronavirus was a biological weapon developed by China. During a conversation about the virus's effects on trade and economy, Bartiromo asked White House trade advisor Peter Navarro on Monday about the idea that the Chinese government may have manufactured the deadly virus in a weapons lab to target the United States. That's what I've been saying for days. She pointed at the end of last year when China decided to send his top trade negotiator to Washington to sign phase 1 of a trade deal. Yes, Eddie. Can I do my man? Hey, what can I do for you, man? Eddie, how you doing? She pointed to the end of last year when China decided to send its top trade negotiator to Washington to sign a phase 1 of a trade deal with the United States. They knew that the coronavirus had happened back in December, Bartiromo said. They sent a delegation to the White House to shake everybody's hand. They knew that they had this virus that had started with phase 1. Then they sent the largest delegation over to Davos. Whoa. The anchor also indicated she was unsatisfied with Ku Tiankai, Chinese ambassador to the U.S., who recently dismissed rumors about the coronavirus. He rejected similar comments made by Republican Senator Tom Cotton, who suggested the virus could have been made man-made inside a laboratory in Wuhan, China. China has to admit this was made in Wuhan. I've had confirmation from various side channels that China has admitted this, but I can't validate it right now. It's not official. Neither Bartiromo nor Navarro discussed evidence related to the origins of the coronavirus, so questions have been raised about China's response to the mystery illness, which has infected more than 40,000 people globally. That was when this was written. And now we're at 66? 60,286 symptomologies, not asymptomatic, without symptoms, but rather symptoms of the infected virus. Look at that. Isn't it amazing? That's how many people worldwide. And that's mostly in China. Well, they haven't reformed Super Saver, and the fact is, if we're dealing with a complete weapons lab coming out of China, which it seems we are, we have to at least give China a chance to say, hey, we tried. It's Bill Gates' fault. Oh, Gerbil's calling. Okay, yeah. Go ahead, Gerbil. What can I do for you? Sorry. I can't imagine naming your child Gerbil, you know? 60,000 confirmed. So that means that these are with symptoms. Asymptomatic is 10 times that number. And they say there's a 1 to 10 ratio of people who have symptoms and people who are just holding on to the disease and it's incubating in their body and no symptoms. Could be any one of us. So there's something to be concerned here, but the good news is it has not spread to India, has not spread to Africa. There's travel bans in place in various areas, not in America. They're still coming from China, of course. Trump is allowing many shipments of Chinese into our country still. So Trump is really the most vulnerable nation is America because Trump is allowing it. His name is Jer Bell, not Gerbil? Okay. I don't know, Jer Bell. Hey, it's Jer Bell. I'm sorry. There's a Mr. Gerbil on the phone. I don't really know. I'm not a Cajun. I don't know French Indian. Sorry. So, yeah. 1,367 dead. Now that may be double that, maybe 10 times that. China may be lying about the whole thing. My biggest concern is if these people are dying, how come the video that we just played earlier from the Corona funeral home showed a woman claiming that they had 114 people dead in that one day that they had to cremate. 8 of them had pneumonia. That's suspicious because that testimony right there in this transcript essentially tells me that this is a conversation between the government employee and the, let me get this on the screen, and the funeral home. 8 people had pneumonia of the 114 dead. Look at that. Among the 127 I picked, 8 were confirmed pneumonia cases based on their death certificates. So they're not dying of pneumonia, people. That's the weird part. That makes the 5G network suspect, because they just rolled the 5G network out, which could lead to our belief that there could be a connection.
你说。我昨天总共接运的遗体，127个，烧掉了116个。OK。然后确诊数，确诊的数是8个，我抽。
Among the 127 I picked up, 8 were confirmed pneumonia cases based on their death certificates. So, okay, we're being told that this goes through a stage where you get the flu and then you get pneumonia and then you can't breathe and you die. But her numbers show 8 confirmed pneumonia cases, 127 just dead. And the weird part about it is, this is the strange thing, is that many of them have blood in their eyes. Hello, can I help you? Okay, let's go to the managing the organized. Oh, you've got other information here? Okay. All right, we'll drop out of the statistic right now. I'll play this video again tonight just for an encore presentation from Live Leak. It's worth watching, I can tell you that. A man and a woman had a knife fight on a packed subway in front of a baby. Oh my goodness. That's sad. And you got more on the coronavirus? It was inferred that China was covering up its numbers in reports of deaths and sulfur dioxide was in the air over Wuhan, far beyond tolerable limits because of numerous cremations? Question mark. This just came in to Twitter from Barbara Barnes. Look at that.
Over 60,000 people are infected with the virus.
Lou Dobbs. Thank you, Lou. So this is a theory. It was a virus created by Big Pharma. No, real man's not possible. I said no one stays with me ever. Ever. Not happening, sir. Stop asking me. Somebody made a virus prank and got arrested. Okay, let's go to the Big Pharma story. Virus leak from China lab created by Big Pharma, Wuhan, epidemic conspiracy theories. Well, nobody's talking about this 5G thing except for a few people on the internet. It just so happens that they were actually delivering this 5G network was being tested during the time period, November, when the deaths started occurring. At the same time, they claim the virus outbreak occurs. And the fact that there's a lot of these people dead with blood in their eye indicates hematoma, which would only come from like a microwave radiation attack, like boiling your brain. When is the human race going to recognize that these electromagnetic waveforms which we've created and used for communication can actually be deadly? Tesla never studied the dangers of these things on human beings. He never did any field studies on animals. He just boldly and blindly went into this, creating weapons that could easily be used to turn against humankind. And I don't mean Tesla, the car company. What's going on? All right, here we go. Mokai boating magnet fishing. Interesting.
Yeah, there it is, look. That's an old wagon for sure. We're on a brand new hunt today. We're on the river in my little boat. And we're going to cruise around and see if we can eyeball some stuff in the river. Now, just downstream of...
This guy's great. He actually makes a lot of money from YouTube, of course, but he does the stuff that people want to see. Out in the open, looking for goods in the ground with metal detectors and now a magnet he'll be using in the waterway to pick up all kinds of junk and weird stuff. Sounds interesting. Well, the fact that Tesla was a physicist, not a biologist, implies how myopic and short-sighted the human race has become. Thinking we could blindly go into wireless charging systems without testing it on humans. That's the most audacious thing I've ever heard. But truly, 5G has not been tested. Well, let's be clear. So we'll play that tonight in our show. And a crazy abandoned house with everything left in it. Wow. Okay, that's abandoned Urbex Canada. Building his account, doing a lot of search. You know, these people that build their YouTube accounts going out in the field like this are actually doing us a service. It's like the do-it-yourselfers. I actually think those YouTube success stories they're worth their merit. But occasionally you get these people that made money just being an absolute idiot. You know, not like the ones these people are good. But sometimes you get these people that, I don't know, they just don't care. And those are the ones that are actually getting noticed, getting promoted. Okay. Oh, yeah, well, let me show you exactly what I'm talking about.
Hey, do you ever wonder, like, what is going on? I mean, like, do you ever, like, wake up or do something and you're just like, what the fuck is going on?
So, would you admire somebody like that who made $14 million on their YouTube account? I don't think that's great at all. I think that sucks. Why doesn't he make a statement that matters and get his entire account completely censored like I've had? Or shadow banned? I know you're a disaster. I can't even believe you can't even make a PayPal donation to my site, sir. That's pathetic. Yet you give him thousands of dollars. Unbelievable. If you went to Paxful, you could convert your Bitcoin to PayPal in a second and donate it as an American citizen. You're just giving me the runaround every night. It's ridiculous. Yeah. Paxful.com. I'm not promoting them. I'm just saying they do the conversions over there. That's just unreal. Virus leaked from China lab created by Big Pharma, according to this article. Wuhan epidemic conspiracy theories. You know, I'm more than willing to look at the fact that, yes, Bill Gates did study the coronavirus and has a patent on it. I have a site, davidsponheim.com, with a Bitcoin purse on it for donations. Anything over 50, you have to write your name on it. Well, I guess I'll have to make a Paxful account just to get a free wallet. Okay, will do. I'll work on it this weekend, since you're a regular viewer. Yeah, well, he's not really making a statement. The guy's just making $14 million acting stupid. You asked me that earlier, Kryto, and we don't care what Mark thinks. Mark doesn't even matter. I care about as much about Mark as I care about a colostomy bag and an IV. You know, I'm sorry for people. I'm sorry for the way things are in China. You know, I'm sorry for the way things are in China. Paxful. You're thinking of Paxil, the drug. No, somebody sent me a link to Paxful.com, and it's got a good program. I told Sarah about it. We're looking into it. Yeah, it's pretty cool. They've got the most tradability of all those. I'm not promoting it. No, it's so popular among Bitcoin people that everybody's heard about it. I don't believe that, Stormy. I don't believe that. Just like I don't believe that you don't do anal. Yeah, there's allegations you've done that in your pornography. I heard about that, but we don't fixate on women's vaginas or body parts here. We're not trying to denigrate them. You just sell all the Bitcoins you acquired, so you don't even know how it works. You just make money selling it. That's funny. Some of you got really lucky and made a lot of money on Bitcoin, that's for sure. I know. Well, homeless, apparently you watch a lot of pornos. You're seemingly a guy who has overworn his rubber band. Now, nobody ever told you that watching too much porn could lead to erectile dysfunction? Let me be the first to tell you that. Get some professional help there, homeless Hank. I know. People give you 10% for each dollar. You didn't even know that, yeah. Well, bad soap can lead to erectile dysfunction too. Yeah, there you go. I don't know, Krito. It doesn't really concern me. Yeah, I think you're over masturbation, homeless. And for all of you who do over masturbate, and you're wasting your time, by the way, because this is Wasteful Wednesday. This is a serious subject. You're actually draining your body of those precious bodily fluids. You're draining your body of those precious bodily fluids, Mandrake. Well, it's a conspiracy to deny you of your virility, and you're poisoning your precious bodily fluids with fluoride. If you're on a heavy tap water diet, you're probably not able to get it up, just so you know. Switch to purified water. You know, in my area, we've got some of the highest SIDS deaths in the country per capita. Sudden instant death syndrome. And I live in a toxic area outside of where I live in a pristine golden rainforest. I'm in this beautiful rainforest, and outside my area is Navy Superfund cleanup sites. Anyway, I used to know a woman who was married to a guy in the Navy, and she couldn't have a baby. She and her husband were having a hard time having a baby. And I said to her, just drink purified water. And she started drinking purified water and immediately had a baby. It really makes a difference. I know. Well, most of your children are down the toilet, homeless. Yeah. Okay, Middle East respiratory syndrome originated in Wuhan. People in China were sickened by it. That's just sickening. Researchers said they had developed the first diagnostic test for the virus. Okay, good. That's a start. The test protocol is being made available through the WHO. Yeah, but you know what really bothers me? The WHO will not in any way take 24 days to quarantine people. They're saying this takes 24 days. Otherwise, it's out there. It's out there attacking all those people that are thinking, oh, I feel good. Yeah, I can leave now. Meanwhile, it's lingering in your body dormant with 5 layers of proteins that'll last 5 days outside of your body before it hatches and spreads and grows. and mutates. You know, people want to believe this happened in bat soup, and there's this BS story about it coming from human baby soup, supposedly some sort of a thing that people are actually drinking fetus soup in China. I don't know. I don't live in China, and I can't even imagine that. But really what happened was it was genetically developed. It has 4 markers on it, this virus, that was genetically developed in a lab. They know that for sure. Top geneticists have looked at it and said it has the same 4 markers that the AIDS vaccine has, or the AIDS virus has, the virus set. There's about 200 AIDS viruses. They all have the same markers on them. Very debilitating, very hard to get rid of, but is curable. All right. And this is extremely disturbing that they openly went to Davos with the virus in their hands, on their bodies. China delegates went around possibly cross-contaminating the world. So anybody who went to Davos needs to be on alert right now. Yeah. And put yourself in self-quarantine. Anybody who does feel like they're getting sick for some reason, self-quarantine protects the population. And I would never allow the CDC to evacuate a city like Wuhan was. That was stupid. CDC should never allow that type of behavior. In fact, that's the wrong way to handle an outbreak. Whoever created that protocol was beyond stupid. It's the most illogical thing you'd ever want to do. Dave won't let me post links. Why not, Stormy? I didn't know I had a black Wikipedia page. Thank you. Yeah, don't post viruses here, okay? Some of you really have an incredible, thank you, problem talking about your erectile dysfunction, but I appreciate, you coming in and talking about it. It's very candid of you, Homeless Hank, to do that.
In this video, I would say it's quite high importance. There is some revelations to be made when it comes to this so-called pandemic, because I think many of us are wondering what is going on. We live in a world, many of the big happenings, we know that they are orchestrated, but we cannot be judging things like instantly, like every thing that occurs. We cannot say that, everything is a psyop. So we need to stand on a firm foundation, and to stand on a firm foundation, sometimes it takes time. We have to take in information, we have to bring in all the facts, and then we have to compare it to the knowledge that we have when it comes to psychological operations. And also, we know that these branches of government, and so to say, these hidden societies, they have plenty of tools in their toolbox.
Yeah.
They can do psyops, but they can also do psyops. It can be a mixed bag.
Exactly. It could be a pandemic, and it could also just be a psyops to get us to all be vaccinated. Their big agenda is they want to inject us with nanoparticles. That's something that's been an agenda for a long time. They even talk about chipping every human being. This is an elitist mentality of wanting everyone to be transhuman. It's sick. It's absolutely demented. And somehow they have been sold this bag of lies that says that if you somehow integrate computer technology into your being, you will instantly become more intelligent. And they've got this other BS story coming out that people who are transhuman will somehow live forever. And this is all, it's almost a cultic mentality among the elites that they somehow believe this. And they're trying to push this upon all of us without democracy, without majority rule. This is a case of minority try to rule, not majority rule. So these people,
guys, if you look at the front door,
these people with all this money want to push this agenda of depopulation and mostly chipping and identification and control. So they're using the Democrats, who are becoming more of a communist party, as opposed to what we are, centrist. We don't want to take away your property rights. Yet I embrace the idea of stopping monopolies, much like a socialist might. But I don't want to in any way empower a huge government apparatus which sucks money off of all you through tax dollars. Now, people are hurting in America. One particular guy does a video showing people stealing things from his liquor store. We'll have that tonight in our video hour.
Or you're gonna see a delivery driver. Yeah, he's really cool. He's bringing us an order, but unfortunately, a snaky snake slips in right behind him. Yeah, Mr. Blue Blanky, he's a thief, so he's gonna start off in the middle out. Now,
apparently they watch these people steal from this liquor store all the time, and he turned it into a YouTube success called GasStationEncounters.com. So that's pretty funny. But people are hurting. You know, they'll steal from every single corner of the universe just to survive. You almost have to make things cheat-proof now. You're looking at getting a hotel room with Stormy tonight. Could you two take your personal life off to Skype or IM it? Yeah, because I don't approve of that type of communication here. Stormy, are you soliciting men here in the show? Elon Musk is the SpaceX guy, yeah. Yeah, get a room, guys, gosh. The Blue Blanket Bandit. Thanks, Scissorfight. That'll be good to watch tonight. Yeah, Stormy's feeling all creeped out about you, yeah. It could be Akira Tomo was Huang Guang, and he came in with a new name. I saw Huang Guang leave, and then... Now, that whole thing they built in 10 days for the 1,000 people in Wuhan, we just got a story here. You know, it looks like a prison over there, the 1,000-room, the 1,000-capacity Chinese prison they created in Wuhan. It's all completely a prison-like. You can't get out of it once you're in. Su Shesao unit started construction ahead of time and was diagnosed with one case, Wuhan pneumonia. The whole unit went to work one day. The family could not go home. More than 200 people brought their own quilts, all isolated. So this is what's going on. One person comes down with it. Everybody's sitting in their hotel rooms, in their condominiums in Wuhan, and they can't go out. And we've got pictures of people being locked out of their condos. Imagine not being able to get out. It's totally possible. They lock the doors with metal bars. Okay. The current joke in California is the 7-Eleven is running a 100% discount. Well, companies price those, you know, the reason why those products are really expensive in liquor stores is because people do steal them. It's not like the liquor store wants to make a big killing. They literally have shoplifting going on nonstop in liquor stores. I am promoting Walmart bathrooms, but why are you not promoting Walmart bathrooms? Many people in my area, I think, are bathing in the Walmart bathroom because my local city got rid of their local city showers. I think it's pretty serious. I mean, Walmart's going to have to deal with this. Yeah, Walmart doesn't want to do any security of their own, so they're resting on local police officers to deal with security, but pretty soon people will be going into Walmart bathrooms bathing in the toilets. Many people do drugs in Walmart bathrooms. It's a sad thing. Are you one of those people, Kiritoa? It's a reused photo, really? Okay. So the Chinese premier, Li Keqiang, has a plain meal in the virus-affected region, but it's a photo that came out in 2013. Well, that's typical Chinese propaganda. So Original Sky Science says he's 24 years old, finally got accepted to college at a Christian college. You're working on getting in to write for the student paper after previously writing guest articles for some of the bigger publications around my metro area. More experience? Yeah, censorship is common in local markets. In order to be a reporter, you'll have to listen to your director. News directors have censored a lot of people. Yeah, being a journalist is tough in this world now because the mainstream media is really crushing anybody's chances of being an independent journalist. I don't know. Elon Musk is off in different directions. I think he's afraid of himself. You do meth at the Walmart? That's terrible. I mean, Walmart needs to deal with that problem. Yeah, people doing meth in their stores. I don't think they want that image of Walmart, okay? Yeah. Walmart's actually puts out a pretty good product. Considering, I mean, you know, in our area, they pretty much got rid of all the tiles. You people on the East Coast, man, your Walmarts are like Macy's used to be many years ago. Macy's is closing right now, but Walmarts on the East Coast are really nice. Out here on the West Coast, they've got concrete floors. They're like prisons. It's weird. Could be like a possible labor, like a FEMA location. You know, Walmart has been working with the Department of Homeland Security to develop a FEMA plan. So most of the Walmarts may be just FEMA lockdown facilities for quarantine. You're right. Cutting back on a debt load. Loan debt is the big thing now, Original Sky Scion. Loan debt is your biggest problem. If you can avoid that and still get your degree, even if it's a 2-year degree, you'll be better off. Kurata, stop talking about Walmart and whatever you dislike about it. Let's talk about something else. Thank you. Man, your whole life revolves around Walmart. Yeah, I'm going to pass on that one. I don't really care to talk about this person from ISIS in our show. Thanks, though. You drink gin in the Walmart parking lot every Tuesday for whores and coffee? What's your problem? So you're an alcoholic, and what's your 1-year-old daughter doing, or 2-year-old daughter doing when you're doing that? At home with a babysitter? Or did Michael Abinetti move in with you, and is he taking care of your kid? You need Larry Sinclair? Oh, no. You can't keep hitting me up for this gay guy that had sex with Barack Obama. Seriously. I'm not interested in that. Yeah, Original Sky Science said he's spoken at colleges where students, 3/4 of them didn't even know if they wanted a college degree or not because the cost of the degree is so great. Will they ever make it up in a job? So true. And that's the big problem. We've got a huge ledge right now. And I'm the best guy to solve that problem because I literally fell off the ledge. I'll be honest. Without getting funding to go on to college, being I was the #1 student in my high school class, I felt a real huge barrier. And the biggest barrier I faced was getting individual financial status, independent financial status. You have to wait till you're 25, even today. And if you could get individual financial status from your parents at 21, your motivation to go to college is so much better because it's still fresh in you, the learning process. If you try to go back 10 years later, it's not fresh in you. It's hard to pull it out. Yeah, we've had a request from iVlog, no more Larry for you, buddy. Yeah, thank you. And Diggin' Britt is out making muffins. She's exploiting her beauty and making muffins at the same time.
Hey y'all, what's up? I'm Diggin' Britt.
She's the only lady who can really do a cooking in a baby doll and get away with it, you know? So we've got that tonight for Wasteful Wednesday. It's a 5-minute video, so it's a pretty minimal amount of time with Diggin' Britt, but we'll get into that show as well. So Sarah was looking into the cocktail of drugs that you can get to fight this disease. If you want to look at this article and you're concerned about your life, read it, enjoy it, find out that they do have some interferon and antivirals that are working with this particular coronavirus. Okay, that's coming up. It's out of there. A man and a woman have a knife fight on a packed subway train in front of a baby.
We're on the road! Punch in his face.
Okay, I don't want to watch all this myself, and I'm really not into violence, but we'll play it later for you. Yeah. Some of you really get off on violence. Hey, and we are the only party now offering $500 a month. The Democrats won't be offering it. The Republicans won't be offering it. So Andrew Yang doubled the amount to 1,000 foolishly, and we can't afford that because our budget can barely afford what we're doing here. Remember, we're running $1 trillion over budget every year. And we'll have to start shrinking that $1 trillion over time, but it has to be faster than the ones the Republicans are talking about. Donald Trump put together a budget which is at $4.8 trillion, which is way more than we get in. And that's not really shrinking the budget. So I think Trump really blew it with the overspending on the military. And we obviously need to give more people money to get started. So this will take people off of welfare. It'll be a plan to segue them off of welfare fairly quickly, but not abruptly like Trump is doing. He's cutting people without giving them a safety net. This is a safety net. The link was a little too out of key with our show. Yeah. Dave, other people are into broadcasting you on UHF, but I've been broadcasting you at my gas station pumps. Thank you, Snoopert. Yeah. People can rebroadcast us if they're set up to do that. I don't really know anything about that. Health authorities in China's Hubei province reported 14,000 new cases of coronavirus this morning, bringing the nationwide total to 60,000. And we are up around... And we are carrying the president's ties tonight, by the way, just so you know. We've got all the 50 presidents here, including our great John F. Kennedy, Dwight D. Eisenhower, Harry S. Truman. But the new number is 60,286. Yep. In your state, they offer a 2-year degree in community college. Once you graduate high school at once, you turn 24. How to avoid further debt when you pursue a bachelor's degree, get a job and work while you're in university. Yes. And that's traditionally how it's been done. But again, avoiding debt is key to a lot of young people. And we have a 6-week to 6-month training program, which will roll out in all the community colleges. It'll be parsed with the private sector offering jobs keyed in on your area. We'll offer businesses 2% interest loans to finance this program. And we'll be able to get you people jobs paying $20 to $25 an hour and training 6 weeks to 6 months in time. You'll be certificated. You can still go on and get your 2-year degree, but we want to cover the cost of getting people a job paired with business so business can thrive. Now, a lot of the ideas, like our idea to generate solar rooftops, the solar rooftop revolution, that concept is designed to give people a job. Yeah, it's rolling out rooftops around the country. It's a concept I came up with. And we can use the production of U.S. government-produced, mass-produced solar panels. There are products that are being made by the Army Corps of Engineers that could be rolled out, literally, onto rooftops. So if everybody had a rooftop that was free, paid for by the government, it would pay for itself over time. Yeah, it would actually pay for itself over time. And we would, over a 40-year lifespan, because these solar panels will last 40 years, we will be able to make much more money than the money we put into it. The government will, in the electricity it generates. You'll also keep saving as you go. So anticipate getting a free solar rooftop and saving 20% on your electric bill. LA
In
River
November of
tourism.
2014, California voters voted in Proposition 47. Proposition 47 changed the way that we handle drug and theft-related offenses in the state of California. It doesn't only apply to future crimes. It also applies for anybody that is currently serving a sentence for a Proposition 47 offense. So what that means is that if you're currently on probation for an offense, or if you're in custody for an offense involving a Proposition 47 case, or if you're serving a deferred entry of judgment as a result of a Prop 47 conviction, then you are eligible for relief under Proposition 47.
That's nice to know. And why does this apply to me? Van Nuys tourism? Okay. West Hills tourism video. Oh. So this is the new California tourism video they made for people when to visit the beautiful sunny state?
Transients living in abandoned
motorhomes. Da-da-da-da. That looks like a fun video to start our evening off with. Yeah. Living in your car in California is the new thing. But anyway, getting people houses is the key. Now, there's 18 million houses in America that are foreclosed or in disrepair. And 18 million houses, and there's like 4 to 5 million people homeless. Do you see the connection here? If only we could get the homeless people a job fixing up houses, we can maybe get them a house. And you know, we took you on a tour last night to Detroit. There's some nice neighborhoods in Detroit. They're all overgrown. I would like to go into Detroit with a really good crack team of gardeners and just give Detroit a cleaning and open up brand new houses, rebuild them. Some of the bones in those houses in Detroit are the rock solid best houses ever made because of course, the heyday of Detroit automaking. So, yeah, I think Detroit can come back big time. You just read an article that says coronavirus comes from drinking camel urine. Wow. I'm not going to drink camel urine, that's for sure. So you're safe there. I don't really want to talk about porn stars, homeless. You know, you already told us you got erectile dysfunction. Now you're telling us you got all these great links to porn stars. Give it up, man. Give it a rest, you know? That your rubber band is pretty much pulled out of shape there, buddy. Slow down. You move too fast. Try to make your orgasm last. Dave likes Nudie Miley links? No, I don't. Don't send those here. I think it's sad that woman was so twisted that she would just open herself up to whatever. But it's nothing more disturbing than a woman who loses her inner grace, you know? I don't know. Elon Musk dates Grimes, this young girl who looks about 12. So Psych Juice says, never really understood what you say until I read your book, especially chapter 5, Back to the Basics. Communism and capitalism, yeah. What we don't like about communism is that communism takes away your property rights and wants to think in a collective way. We don't want to do that. We want to herald our individuality and our freedom as the number one thing we Americans stand for. You, the individual, not the federal government. You, the individual. Yeah, really. Was Grimes his guardian? Is Grimes his child? I mean, it is amazing. Thank you. We dream big, Sarah and I do. I have to conclude that Grimes must be at least, in this photograph, 13 or 14 years old. Okay. Somebody said she's 33. I just don't believe it. These are current pictures. No. Yeah, he's pushing 50, but her 33, I don't know. The early pictures, like, oh my God, look at that one. Oh, she's 33, all right. Oh, yeah. Definitely not. What a joke. Well, let's be clear. Yeah, I think we're done with the saga of Trump for now. Click my link. Jeremy Grantham warns eventually only the rich will procreate as chemicals leave the poor sterile. That's so true. You know, most of the GMOs in our diet are designed to kill off your ability to function. If you're eating regular corn chips, for instance, you're getting a GMO corn product in it that has epicide in it. And epicide has been linked to sterility in men and women. I wish I could make this up. I wish it was just fiction. I wish this was like a play, a production. But no, they really are trying to sterilize the population. I didn't forget what's going on. I just played it. The high-profile investor Jeremy Grantham warned in a letter that falling birth rates in the developed world could accelerate in coming years due to increasing chemical toxicity. Now, testosterone levels in American men have dropped 50% over the past 40 years. That's serious. It has to relate to our environment. So why aren't we cleaning up environments? Because we got creepy, criminal-like mentalities like Trump and all these capitalist people that want to just make garbage and throw it in some dumpster, and you're just the innocent consumer. So the people that are most guilty of polluting our planet and forcing these toxins on us also want us to pay for it. That's when they generated the Greta phenomenon. And Greta came out and said, "How dare you?" Like we all should pay for the chemical waste they created. You got 2 med kits and rice, beans, and soup and water. Good. Right. And remember, folks, stock up on essentials like toilet paper and things that if you do have any type of a disaster, you're ready. Otherwise, you got to go downtown and get toilet paper and they may be out, you know. You will never see in the 6 o'clock news that U.S. emissions fell 2.9%, or 140 million tons, and continuing the trend of the United States leading the world in total emissions decline since 2000. No, you missed that. They don't talk about how we are leading the world on emissions control. Good point. Right, Kick and Time Bag says, Dave, they view us as nothing more than consumers. Exactly. And they are the ones that are producing the garbage and the plastic waste. They could easily use biodegradable stockings or any type of material to store things in. We could eliminate styrofoam completely, which is one of the least biodegradable things out there. If we could only make plastic a lot more affordable and get rid of it at the same time. Here we have our plan. More paper bags. And more, or rather, pricing up plastic. We also have a plan to filter the air in certain mountain ranges. See, a lot of air goes through the mountains here. Any major mountain range, like the Tehachapi Mountain Range in California, we could have vortex filtration systems that would actually suck the pollutants out, and we'd be filtering the air rapidly. We'd be doing this as a gift to the planet itself, to all the nations. That's the kind of showing of environmental consciousness I envision, not this cap and trade BS crap. The monopoly game they call carbon cap and trade legislation. So now you're telling me you have a lot of money in the bank and you started a porn 9 months ago? Okay. But now you have erectile dysfunction? I think you're kind of like pretending to be somebody you're not, Homeless Hank. Yeah, I hate to say it, but you don't sound very authentic. Yeah, it's probably Rodney. He seems like one of his characters that he'd create just to try to fit in even though he doesn't really fit in. We're literally sitting here trying to figure out why we want to do without internet and keep thinking of things that require internet. Hans Hansen. Figuring out what we want to do without internet. Okay. How about nothing? Oh, you are Rodney. Okay, so just admit it. You're Rodney. you're a porn star. Rodney the porn star. Dave, what are you and Sarah going to do for Valentine's Day? We have a very romantic weekend celebrating Mr. Rogers. Won't you be my neighbor? Hey, neighbor. Won't you be my Valentine? We're having an encouragement Valentine's. We'll be opening up, christening the encouragement box, and once we have it open, we will be fresh as a daisy to continue our romantic interests. Well, I'm glad you're not Rodney too, because we were wondering why you were coming up with all this BS about having 500,000, being a porn star, now having erectile dysfunction. I can be everybody's Valentine every night. I'm here for all of you. Free of charge. Courtesy of God. I was created just like you were. I'm here to help. I kind of want to make things better when I leave this earth, if I ever leave this earth, because I plan on living a long time. Listening to the blabbermouth Donald Trump Jr. has been difficult. His dad's bad enough, but now he's claiming he can have phone calls anytime he wants with Moscow and set up the Moscow-Trump deal now, and I think they're going for the tower. Vladimir, I promised you a $50 million penthouse I'm going to deliver, just like oh no, please don't show the sex tape of the woman urinating. No, whatever you want to do, Vladimir. This guy is so empty-headed, it's not even funny. Why? Corn asked Trump Jr. had he agreed to meet with the Russian embassy? This guy David Corn, was eating breakfast on a campaign trail in New Hampshire. When Donald Trump Jr. walked into the diner, Corn took the opportunity to ask the president's son about the infamous June Trump Tower meeting in 2016 when Trump Jr., Paul Manafort, Jared Kushner met with a Russian lawyer in an effort to obtain incriminating evidence on Hillary. Trump Jr. had been told that this was obviously very high level and sensitive information, but is part of a Russian and its government support of Mr. Trump. Government and Russian support of Trump, right. Yeah. Here's what happened.
I just wondered, going back in some old history here, why you agreed to meet with a Russian emissary when you got an email saying it was part of a plan.
Yeah, we've spoken about this 1,000 times. I've testified about it, unlike Hunter Biden, so we're good. Always happy to hear. What? People's minds. I'm allowed to have a conversation with people, aren't I?
Well,
isn't that protected? I think we've covered this at nauseam.
Well,
I answered your question, so.
I can ask a question.
I answered it, so.
No, but I said, I know you said you could do it, and of course you could do it. I'm asking why you thought it was appropriate to do it. Because you were told it's part of a Russian government effort to help the campaign.
See you later, okay?
No, he wasn't told that.
That's okay.
Thank you for asking your question. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
I'm going to push you. Okay, well, it wasn't a real good answer, but I understand why you say that. Thank you. Have a good day.
Yeah, Trump Jr. has the right to talk to any Russian oligarch he wants. The fact that Trump Jr. Flipped his testimony is the part that really bothers me, and that he got away with it legally. They call that perjury under normal circumstances. He originally went in to talk to the attorney to end sanctions. That meant that they were setting up a deal for Russia to end sanctions ahead of the election. And then Trump Jr. said, oh no, we're trying to help with adoptions of Russian children. Then, after Trump, according to Sarah Huckabee Sanders, weighed in on it, Trump Sr., which means witness altering. Anyway, Trump Jr. changed his position to, oh, we're getting dirt on Hillary. And Russia never had any dirt on Hillary, and Russians said, oh yes, we didn't have any dirt on Hillary. It was all about ending Russian sanctions. So this man was being a traitor to our country. Sitting there claiming he can do whatever he wants and having no punishment, no charges. This is kind of a tragedy what's happening, because we're giving license to corruption at the highest level of our government. And this is exactly why we're in the pickle we are in with countries around the world, wondering who we are allied with. Hello, Real Man's Pilot said hello and supports our campaign. Thank you. Thank you, Real Man's Pilot, for coming in. I hope your son does reach out to political venues that'll help him, but he can't do me. We're not going to be able to help him. Sorry. We don't offer internships. Well, you hope to have as good a life as mine. Yeah, I know. It would be great to have a life where you have your debt paid off, you own enough to survive, and you don't have to worry about anything but your creative output. That would be me. And I don't measure my success on money. I don't even place that value in my success scenario. What I deem as success. You can claim it. Money is essential to success. I don't mind what you want to believe for yourself, but for me, it's not about that. Yeah, Julie, what can I do for you, Julie Williams? Okay, Julie Williams. Yeah, my hair is real. Yeah, it's. I just washed it today, so it's kind of setting up right now. I picked up. All right, we did that. Been there, done that. Senate has issued a war powers measure. 8 senators, Republicans, voted against the president having too many powers to start wars. They don't want him to start wars with Iran on the moment's notice. Oh, we're going to attack 52 targets in Iran if they hurt anyone in America. And he didn't even follow up on that. So a good move. I congratulate those 8 senators who voted with the Democrats. Good job. This was the big question I had at the beginning of the show. China faces setback in their 5G ambitions. Well, I have combed my hair, yes. We've seen setbacks of incredible setbacks. Maybe these deaths where people are dropping like flies could be 5G deaths. That's what I'm just throwing it out there. Because when I saw in the video, and I'll play it later tonight, the number of deaths confirmed in Wuhan from one source showed that pneumonia only consisted of 8 deaths in the morgue. Out of 127 bodies, only 8 had pneumonia. That means that not everybody's dying of the flu. They may be dying of something else with flu-like symptoms, and that could very well be the 5G network. Because they're rolling that out right now. If you're seeing 90,000 dead, I don't see that on any stat, Final Dream. Show me that, and I'll get back to you. But I'm seeing much smaller numbers. But if you say it somewhere, I want to see where you see it. Oh, your powerful brain. Yeah, no, I believe that 600,000 people may have no symptoms and may be carrying the disease. 600,000 is a significant number. Here's a young man just walking out of a store without a mask on. He's approached by a guy with a mask on, a cop. He grabs him and he starts pounding him from the back of his head, bashing him from behind. There's a scuffle. The kid's fighting back. He's being hauled outside by the cop. The kid's pretty strong and pretty wiry. He left his shirt in there and then locked the guy out. The dog is coming in now to attack the dog, attack dog, has him by the arm. This is crazy. Posted by Telemetto. Wow. And now he's being cuffed. Huh. Wow. Backup support comes in. Yeah, the dog is transmitting the virus on his teeth, right? Okay, what are your thoughts, Dave? I'm offended. You know, police brutality and all that. Just going after anybody without a mask on. I think that's, you know, Chinese law now says you have to have a mask on wherever you go. It's just crazy. Yeah, here's WeCharge. Long-range wireless power. They're trying to sell this. Delivering freedom from power cords and batteries. Yeah. I just want to see testing on this. Made in Israel? I don't know. It's like, I got to see testing to verify it's okay. I am too advanced for thoughts. You're right. I speak in allegory. God, there's just weird stories everywhere tonight. I'm pounding through this stuff. Takes a while. We're good, though. We're shrinking my tabs down to no more than a knife fight and a few others. Humanity under threat from perfect storm of crises, according to a study. Some of these things come in when Sarah's in, so I have to... This is from The Guardian. Perfect storm of crises. According to a study, the world is facing a series of interlinked emergencies that are threatening the existence of humans. Because the sum of the effects of the crises is much greater than their individual impacts, according to a new global study. Climate breakdown, extreme weather, species loss, water scarcity, food production. I think the new study is coming out of the New World Order. They want us to believe that the population has to shrink and they're running out of food. Well, yeah, they're purposely killing the ground we grow things on. They're poisoning the earth with chemical fertilizers and pesticides and herbicides. The methods the world has chosen to solve them do not take into account the connecting factors. Extreme heat waves, Australian bushfires. They could easily be caused by directed energy weapons. See, I don't buy stories like this from The Guardian. I tend to believe this commie rag sheet is some sort of a New World Order propaganda sheet, pushing their fear and loathing of the human race, and how we have to depopulate and all that crap, right? We're the only species on Earth that wants to kill itself off. But we're also ravaging the planet with our excesses, so we have to be accountable, right? You're really into savage dog attacks, huh? Savage dog attack against an unarmed black man. And it's something you like? Really? I'll put it in police state, as well as tonight's feed.
Philip White was a 32...
Well, I certainly want to raise awareness for it, that's for sure. We had a link in our show last night, or tonight, from a guy named Max. I'll show you what we got here. This is a really cool planter he found online. And I was thinking of actually getting one of these things at Amazon. It's got a little fish pond at the bottom of the planter, and at the top is you grow things from the moisture of the fish pond. Isn't that cool? And yeah, this flex plant right here is pretty interesting. You can grow a betta fish in water below your plant. Isn't that cool? I was going to tell Sarah about this, but I didn't get a chance. I'll give you a link to the item. It's pretty cool. Yeah, having little fish growing in the water underneath the plant. I like that. I have a koi pond I grow things out of. I'm working on using the koi water to grow things around it, but I live in a cold climate, so it's kind of hard to... Oh, right. You're during a jog today along the shoreline of Cape Cod. This is after you got back from Bahrain. You're tossing a football to each other as you discuss the mobile medical unit. I know. It's amazing, Kiefer Boy. Every night you meet people in the streets where you live, where you travel, that talk about me constantly. It's amazing. Oh, yeah, you can make yours. I put my koi pond right underneath my... I have a couple trees growing, and I'm watering them with the koi water. Oh yeah, I've been using, I've got a flotation thing going right now. I'm working on a little floating garden. Absolutely. Thrift store is a great place to shop. I get most of my clothes at thrift store. I've been buying shirts at thrift stores for a long time for about $2.50. Really nicely made shirts too. I've become kind of a shirt connoisseur over the years. Ever since I started doing this show, I've been looking for white shirts, and it's become kind of an obsession with me. Yeah, I've got a whole set of white shirts. Some of them I reuse. Some of them I haven't used. I've got about 6 brand new shirts I haven't even worn. And some I've worn down to the point where they're almost ready to put in the clothing bin to send to Africa. Yeah, so I'm planning on dropping a few shirts in my clothing bin to Africa. So there'll be some Nigerians wearing my shirts eventually. Won't that be great? You can, you can buy things and resell them on eBay. You can make $15 a shirt. I pay $2.50 for. No, I like the fact that Trump spoke up for Roger Stone. I think Roger Stone got a bad rap. But why didn't Donald Trump take that time to talk about Seth Rich? Trump isn't fighting the deep state when he didn't mention Seth Rich. Like I said, he's never prosecuted anybody. Trump hasn't. And now he's complaining about William Barr not prosecuting people. Come on, you've had 3 years to get any one of your attorney generals to prosecute Hillary, Obama on the birth certificate, Warren on lying about being Cherokee Indian, Ilhan Omar about receiving money from Qatar to get elected. No, Homeless Hank, you just stepped into the realm of diverting to non-authentic chat. Once you go into that realm, it becomes difficult to regain your status in the show. I've been chatting for, since 1985. So, yeah, one of the oldest chatters in the world. 35 years chatting. And I can tell you that one of the worst things you can do is either admit you're not authentic after you are not authentic, you know? Just don't be non-authentic, be authentic, and then you won't have to worry about it. A lead Roger Stone juror ran for Congress as Democrat in 2012. The 4-person ran as a Democrat in Roger Stone's jury. I mean, that's just not fair. Tamika Hart revealed her role in the jury in a Facebook post defending 4 prosecutors who quit the Stones case in protest over revision to the Trump's confidant recommended prison sentence. Well, I don't blame the prosecutors for leaving because they thought they had a case, but it all pointed to Seth Rich, not Roger Stone. That was all BS. I think Mueller came up with that garbage just to redact 7% of the 448-page document regarding Donald Trump's involvement with the Russians and their involvement in the election. The Mueller investigation could easily be used in court to follow up with more impeachment articles. I certainly hope the Democrats are working on something. There's talk about a second or third and fourth impeachment article coming. No, that's not why people are judging you. It's because you claimed you were had erectile dysfunction and were a porno star. Yeah, that's the part that didn't jive with people. I think a lot of people are impressed that you claim to have $500,000 and are living on the street. I never thought I'd hear somebody say that, but I think it's impressive. Yeah. The fact that, I mean, where do you sleep? Under buses, knowing full well you can draw on your 401k at any time? I'm glad Bullard spent $40 million of the taxpayer dollars, because I think we could use that as a third and fourth article of impeachment. So thank you very much for spending $40 million to determine that. Trump, I would have thought, would have used some of Ken Starr's investigation into Whitewater, but he didn't bother. He never bothered to prosecute Hillary. How can you people believe Trump after he screwed you on that one? Oh, we're going to prosecute you to the fullest extent of the law. God, he's lied so many times, and you believe him still. It's crazy. Oh, I'll gladly show you 10 years of my taxes, no problem. Ew. Lies, lies, lies. An ancient Native American burial site has been blasted to make Trump's ridiculous fence. You know, this would not have happened under my watch. Trump falsely claims redemption money from immigrants is paying for the border wall, baffling experts. Now he's talking off the top of his head about the wall. But yeah, I mean, this would not have happened with our container fence idea. We would have gently placed the container on top of the burial ground, and there would have been a sign, these containers are off limits because it is in memory of the Native Americans that are buried underneath. That's what we would have done. Okay, Corey Feldman is ramping up for release of his documentary, which he made on a shoestring of crowdfund money. And he's ramping up his security 24/7 as his truth documentary ramps up for release. Corey Feldman. He only got about $250,000 for this, but maybe he got more from someone else. He has 24-hour armed security because in it he's going to talk about the rape of the two Coreys. Wow, poor guy. You know, they say a lot of these people who've been violated in the movies, yeah, it's just like they live their whole life with correcting the problem in their mind. I really feel for Corey Feldman in that respect. Having to go through the Hollywood scene of being manipulated as a child, it must be a horrible experience. Luckily, that didn't happen to me. So you live in a monthly motel, whatever. But you say you made your money in porno, and now you say you didn't. So you see how you've shifted gears today? It undermines your credibility when you shift gears in the chat show. If you're chatting, and I don't mean chatting, but shatting as in crapping on the show, that doesn't work as well. No, white men have not won the race. The race is called the human race. And anybody can win. Yeah, and there is no winner, because we're all losing. Oh, so you got an inheritance. You're a trust fund baby. Oh, okay, cool. I'm not going to rake you over the coals. I think you're on the right track, man. I think you're doing the right thing. I'll regain credibility as long as we know you didn't spend your life as a porno star, like Stormy Daniels. But that's okay too for her, you know. Missing people found under creepy circumstances. Okay, Anita. We just hit overload, but I'll put that in the lineup.
One of the scariest things that can happen to a loved...
Scariest things that happens to someone is missing people. Yeah, I hear you. That's going to freak some people out. Okay. You're not a trust fund baby? Oh, well, no. Anybody whose family worked hard for their money and handed it to their little baby is a trust fund baby. You just want to have a new label. Okay, you're a hardworking family trust fund baby. Some happy thoughts before bed, like Mr. Haney. Have you ever wondered why? Person at UVA makes an announcement that she's uncomfortable. There are too many white people around her. She asks white people to go elsewhere.
And frankly, there's just too many white people in here, and this is a space for people of color. So just be really cognizant of the space that you're taking up. because it does make some of us POCs uncomfortable when we see too many white people in here. It's only been open for 4 days, and frankly, there's the whole university for a lot of y'all to be at.
So in other words, we all want to segregate from you because we don't like white people. Wow. No, I never inherited any money from my family. No, I didn't. That's a lie. I inherited a house that I took care of my family in for 25 years. Or at least 7 of those 25 years. You've been muted. Well, I don't want to preach anger between the races, but that woman definitely felt like she was a segregationist. Okay, that's it for tonight. I will be back tomorrow with Technology Thursday, and I don't exactly know what I'll be making for dinner. Like last week, I came up with something on the fly. I'll have to surprise you again. It's not possible to come up with brand new ideas every single night. Bernie's still trying to pull the populist vote. It's strange how they're pushing him in the background, keeping Buttigieg forward in front of him. That's a CIA mindset. Fight it. You guys who are Democrats, go for Bernie, support Bernie or Biden. Don't go for Buttigieg. He doesn't have a chance to beat Trump. Bernie or Biden, Biden could definitely beat Trump. Bernie, I don't know if he could, but definitely not Elizabeth Warren. Definitely not. Amy Klobuchar cannot beat Trump either. Unless she had me as her VP, it wouldn't work. He may have lowered your taxes in those years, but they're going to raise as they go on. Trump's tax rates will go up every year for the next 3 to 5 years. All of his tax rates were front-loaded for discounts, and then later they'll be going up, 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 up. Yeah. I just don't want Buttigieg or Hiawatha to get the nomination. That's my primary concern. If Bernie or Biden got the nomination, I'd be okay. If Amy got the nomination with me as the VP, I'd be okay with that. All right, we're going to sign off. Thank you. Again, we do the technology at 5 with the cooking show tomorrow. But I'll be until 1 in the morning tonight sharing information. This has been another exciting, wonderful show describing the new government we now have under the control of Russia. Yeah, until we get a third party in power, we're going to be under the control of Russia. Hope you realize that. Tell a friend. Soon. We're running out of time. I'm Mr. Right, signing off. Take care.
My feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt away. You're Mr. Right, too good. Just spin my world around, cause you're the peace I find. We found. You sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt away. Mr. Right, too good to be true.